real and maybe faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking, American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. This for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free General Flynn out the cage, cause he innocent. Martin Roger Stone, cause the run know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement.
They want to enslave your child, your wife, your mother. There isn't anything that you ever had. There isn't anything that you own. There isn't any right that you possess that they're not planning on taking away. Sheeple. Your sheeple. And your children are going to be slaughtered if you go along with the program. It's time to wake the town and tell the sheeple. We're being led like sheep to the slaughter. What is the purpose? A new world order. The United States of America is controlled by this evil army. They control the money system. They control the State Department. They control the presidency.
So they have a plan to give us a new age world global occultic religion. They're going to have been deceived so greatly that they'll actually think it's something good. In fact, the whole New Age movement, the New World Order crowd is telling people that the 666 mark of the beast is the most elite thing that could ever happen to them.
No cash. Cashless society. It's ready to go. Disease could be created. In essence, this is what he was saying.
We have new strains of virtually everything that's drug resistant or drug.
I'm not worried about the old diseases. I'm worried about the ones that they create to bring down the population of the world. They simply want to exterminate them, but that they consider them to be useless eaters.
Words are very important to the Illuminati. These things are manufactured purposely for a purpose. And so I'm saying that there is something organized and directed, and it's here in this country.
Future shocker, biochip. And this is what Anthony showed you earlier, a biochip. That's an injectable computer chip, an economic mark in the back of our right hands or in our foreheads.
You've got a choice. You can join in this fight, or you can die as a slave.
It is a big idea, a new world order.
The time has come for the world to move in a new direction.
When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order.
The affirmative task we have now, create a new world order.
It's coming again now, baby. Think there can be peace. Sit up all night in my town, baby. Terrorizing world peace. Well, we've been smoking for so long. She went to see her stay. Can't dampen the stranglehold, baby. Time is out of the way. Now we're cutting the leg out, baby, turning the world around. And we've got on America, baby, kill the cancer out. There's no sanctuary, put you back in your place. Get you in a stranglehold, baby, we're not here to play.
For years, Washington was controlled by a sinister group of radical left Marxists, warmongers, and corrupt special interests who drained our wealth, attacked our liberties, obliterated our borders, and sucked our country dry, not any longer.
Communist terrorist.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, everybody. Good evening.
How did you like that?
That second clip was badass. I like that. I got to find out who was singing that song. That was pretty cool. So a lot of information is in those clips you played. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it.
Yes, you could thank X for those videos. I find these cool clips, and I'm like, I'm definitely gonna play this as an intro.
Oh yeah, we definitely have a few more lined up for this evening as well. So welcome everybody to the Unrelenting Political Corner.
Yes, I'm so sorry we're running late tonight, but I am going to give a story time and update everybody before we get into the show. So get into the chat right now so I can see you guys and say hello. I am so glad that the gang is already here, like 9 p.m. Yo, yeah, everybody was in the chat, like, yo, where's everybody?
Yeah,
everybody comes on time now, like. Hello, Jerica, Fighter of Truth. Welcome, 587, John Marciano, Dallas, Buttermilk Dallas, Rosie, Jane. Okay, who else is in the chat? Get in the chat right now so I can see you. Hi, Lisa. Who else? Who else? Janie. Welcome. JG. J-Man. Okay, I think I got everybody. Let me know if you're in the chat. Say hello so we can say hi. I am scrolling through. Yo, the chat is already on fire. Like, what?
Yeah, there was a lot of people already in here at 9 o'clock this evening. So
Yes,
yeah.
King of Bots, Rosie, Rebecca. Awesome. Welcome, everybody.
We really do appreciate our returning viewers. Thank y'all.
Julian, welcome. Yes, I'm recognizing everybody here. So the gang is here. Oh, Joe and Friend. Love you guys. Okay. So, quick update. So, remember last week when I told you guys that I haven't been on the internet because I was studying for my test and I wanted to get licensed, and that was supposed to be this week, right? I was going to take my exam and get everything done and, possibly start working from home and jumpstart my career, right? I was so excited. So, the week that I'm supposed to do that, we had a huge two family emergencies.
Oh.
The little one almost broke his nose, had to go to the emergency room. And then their dad had a huge issue with abdominal pain, had to go to the emergency room again. And he ended up staying there for 5 days.
Oh.
So, yep, it turned into something that I was not expecting. And for 5 days, and I'm a stay-at-home mom. I don't really drive. I don't go anywhere. So to go to the hospital for 5 days every day this past week gave me anxiety because I had to drive the car. Like, I'm just that type of mom who the dad kind of handles everything, and when everything was on my shoulders, I was sick. I was like, oh my God, I have to really take the reins and figure things out. So he had he literally has surgery, thinking something was a stomach ache. He had surgery out of nowhere. So we were literally going to Walgreens to pick up the prescription when I was supposed to, be here live. So that's why I told you I'm going to update everybody. Don't worry, because I am here. But we had those few little emergencies that I was just like, why does everything happen when I'm this close to either getting a job or graduating my college courses? Like 5 years ago, I started this college, and the week that I was supposed to graduate, we were moving that week. There's always something when I'm trying to get my life together, the whole world crumbles down. Like Armageddon comes on the week that I'm trying to get my life together.
Wow. Yeah, that's unfortunately everything happens for a reason. We may not know what that reason is, but there's always a reason for things happen the way they do.
Right. And this is not something that you can fight against, because I used to be really angry. I used to be angry and bitter and like, oh, if it wasn't for you, I would be doing something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to keep it cool and be like, you know what? It's okay. Take your medicine. Call me if you need anything. It's like you have to be there for the other person, and it's like another sacrifice, another, I feel like I have to wait again on something that I'm trying to achieve or, get done. And it's always something getting in the way. So it was really unexpected, but everybody's back home literally today. Today got discharged, came home, all cut up, but feeling better. Thank God. So
That's good.
yeah, so I had to postpone all of my stuff for the following week. So now it's been 2 weeks I haven't been on the internet at all. So I don't even know what's happening in the world right now because I've been at the hospital.
So we're going to really need some audience participation this evening to carry on our conversations because it's been busy for me as well. But I have kept up a little bit more than I had, the previous weeks. One piece of news: we did rescue 2 baby possums.
I
this
know.
week.
I saw it on Facebook. Let me see if I could pull up your page real quick.
Yeah.
That was
So
the cutest thing ever. And I'm like, how do you guys find these little animals and critters and
I
things
don't
like
know,
that?
but like 3 years ago, we rescued Bendy and Blossom, my squirrels, and
Yeah.
they're still doing great. They're in their little chicken coop, so they're doing awesome. Yeah, they're 3 years old now, but yeah. So Carissa was going, I don't know, she was going to town or something, and their daughter noticed a possum laying on the side of the road, and she said, "Mom, I think there's babies on it." And the next thing I know, I'm getting a phone call, and there they are. So we haven't named them yet. They're doing pretty well. One's going to be named Daisy, I'm sure. We got to make sure it's a girl, but we got to find out what the genders are. But the other one
You're gonna
might be.
keep them?
Yeah,
Wow. Okay.
yeah. And so the other one, we're leaning towards Dash because when you pull him out, if it's a boy, he goes all over the place. He's darting around and everything. So it might be Dash and Daisy, but that's not official yet. So, but yeah, I just checked on them before we came on here. They're doing good. And yeah, there's a lot of misconceptions about possums. A lot of people think they're full of diseases and that they'll attack and threaten people. Then no, they don't do that. They're actually really good as far as keeping down Lyme disease. They eat ticks. They do not attack other animals. They do not attack humans. You basically raise them like you would a cat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's the 2 new additions to the family at the moment.
Aw, so cute.
They are cute.
Aw. I don't think I would ever do that, but I'm glad there's people like you out there in the world, like that would take care of animals and stuff like that.
Yeah. Let's see. What is it? Yeah. I don't like possums, but I do like Jimmy's tabby that keeps him company. Oh yeah. Skitty's not here right now. Skitty will show up later, I am sure. I have a pet squirrel. Her name is, oh, that's cool. 587 has a pet squirrel. That's cool.
Yep.
So yeah, we're looking forward to playing with the possums and everything. So we actually have 2 that come around at night anyway, and they eat the cat food. They eat Skitty's food on the deck. But they come, they eat, they look at us, and then they take off. So they're very shy. They don't like confrontation, but they will, they'll let you know if they're feeling threatened, they'll do what they have to do. So,
right.
But yeah, that's the news here.
Okay, good. So I have Joseph backstage. I'm going to bring him up once we start the news hour. But yes, if anybody in the chat knows of anything that was happening this week that's big, I mean, we did cover the Pope dying and stuff like that last week. I mean, that was the only thing that I knew of. But if there's anything else, let me know in the chat because I have not been on the internet at all.
Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff to cover, and I guess what we should do this evening is just go ahead and jump right into the news blast and go ahead and get that out of the way, and then we can go from there.
All right, let's head right into the news hour with Jimmy Bell. All right.
Good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, April 28th, and this is your News Blast Hour. Well, it might not take an hour, but again, for the folks that may be watching this for the first time, I get this information from Enoch's News Blast over on Telegram, and what they put together is a compilation of headlines that have happened during the week. And so I have pulled from Tuesday of last week to the weekend, so we got a lot to cover. So if you have, at the end of each day, I will ask what folks are saying in the comments about that particular day. And if you find something that I mentioned interesting, write it down and go look it up for yourselves as well, because we highly encourage folks to do their own research.
Yep.
So, all right, so let's get into it. Tuesday, April 22nd. Attorney General Pam Bondi hosts first task force meeting to eradicate anti-Christian bias in the federal government. U.S. judge blocks Trump's effort to shutter international news services. And we're going to get into talking about these judges, and you're going to hear throughout the news blast a lot of incidents. Notice how many times these judges are being mentioned. Okay. Elon Musk says his Doge work will drop significantly starting in May. Pope Francis' body to lie in state until funeral on Saturday morning. General congregations of cardinals begin in the Vatican. This one's interesting. Doomsday mom Lori Vallow Daybell is convicted in fourth husband's death.
What?
Yeah. Lori Vallow Daybell. So I don't even know who that is, but I wonder if the other husbands died or if it's just the fact that he was her fourth husband and he died.
Okay.
I have to look that up. Trump administration proposes State Department cuts in overhaul. Good. 60 Minutes producer leaves show, citing a loss of journalistic independence. You're going to see a lot of resignations. There's going to be a few resignations and people quitting. So listen to that as we go through the news blast. That's important. Militants kill at least 26 tourists at a resort in India-controlled Kashmir. FAA finds safety concerns at Las Vegas airport. RFK Jr. unveils plan to phase out 8 artificial food dyes in the U.S.
Good. That is awesome.
Huge. That is huge. And I think there are the sprinkles that you put on baked goods and everything. They're already hitting the stores and they are artificial, this dye. It doesn't have the dye in them, but they look almost the same. So
that's weird.
Yeah. Why in the world do we need artificial dyes anyway? We know that it's just to make things look good and make people buy it. That's basically what it is. And to poison us.
Right.
Gold soars to a new high. And New Jersey wildfire swells to more than 8,000 acres. So that was Tuesday of last week. Any comments on Tuesday before I move into Wednesday?
Just one saying, JG says, I enjoy Jimmy's blast. It's interesting what CNN doesn't cover. And yes, I watch CNN. I don't know how you could watch it, man.
The only time I've ever found myself watching CNN is I want to see how they're covering, when a big story hits, I want to see how they're covering it just to see what they're saying. And
they already started with the whole the Pope funeral that Trump wore blue, and people are calling out that almost everybody was wearing a blue suit, and they made it look like it's crazy how they misrepresent things like that, and they try to spin a story like that. It's just a waste of time.
This is how you know they're freaking out, because if that's all they have to talk about, Trump in a suit with everything else going on in the world, that's what they want to talk about? Really?
Right. Yep. Jane says that she heard lots of dyes in Doritos and Cheetos that were outlawed in Europe, which is majority of Europe with many different kind of foods.
Yes.
Which is why we know that they're poisoning us for a fact.
Yeah. If you look at the ingredients between foods that are here in the United States and foods that are in Europe, there is a huge difference in the ingredients.
Yeah, of course.
And we've touched on this before about how people, they'll go to Europe and they'll just eat, and they'll feel fine. They don't feel bloated or anything like that. But then they come back to the States and they have one meal and then they feel like crap.
Or
So
they even lose weight while they're eating in Europe, and you end up losing weight, and you come to America and you get fatter.
yeah, yeah.
You gain
So
weight. Like what?
yeah, there's
Yeah, that's
plenty of stories like that out there.
this is interesting. Steen one says Jimmy was right about that helicopter flying into the plane. Is that the one that is over DC?
Yep.
Oh yes, I thought I saw something about that. It was actually a woman, right?
Well, yeah, there was, yeah, and it was a deliberate attack.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, really quickly in a nutshell, what was your point that Steen is saying that you were right?
Let's ask Steen because
Okay, yeah, because I was about to say, I'm sorry, Jimmy, I don't remember.
Yeah, you put me on the spot there. I'm like, what did I say? I know that. Yeah, I knew it was an attack. What? Let's see what Steen has to say. What I said.
Okay, so Steen, let us know, please. Sorry. Let's see. Jimmy 587 says, since the UK exited the EU, we are no longer protected by EU law on food standards.
Good.
All right. Julian says, mainstream media were lying about the optics of the Pope's funeral. There were many that weren't wearing black at the event. Yeah, exactly. Yep. That's what I saw. Okay, that's about it. Oh, Steen says that she did it on purpose, allegedly.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, it was a deliberate attack. Yeah.
Okay. So. Yeah, because there was a comment that she was told to move, to turn left or something like that, and she didn't. She deliberately went straight. Now, why would somebody do that? Is that not suicide? Like, why would you do that?
What have we learned about red hats?
Well, they're basically the bad guys, right?
Well, they will do whatever the black hats.
For money. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, they'll do whatever they're told to do.
But over your life? That doesn't make sense. So how are you going to use the money if you're dead?
Hey, it could have gone to family. It could have gone to something else.
Chill. Not me, bro.
I'm telling you, these people that, you got celebrities that sacrifice their family members just so that they can be celebrities.
Yeah, but I mean that's a theory. We don't really know that.
There's too many examples of that to call it a theory or a coincidence, in my opinion.
Just give me one example then.
Oh, let's talk about Michael. Let's see, Michael Jordan and his dad. Let's see. You have, oh God, what was some of the ones back in the 80s and the 90s? I would have a list for you.
Okay, that they sacrificed the member, a family member or a soul or a life for the fame.
Yeah. There's a lot. I just can't come up with them off the top of my head. I had to do a quick search. You could probably do a quick search. Yeah, do a quick search while I'm doing Wednesday. Celebrities, family members that died.
Well, I do know of one. Well, Jennifer Hudson, like her whole family was murdered.
Yeah, there was her.
But that's a little over the top. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy.
And they either have to do a sacrifice or they have to basically invert their firstborns. And we see a lot of that in Hollywood. So taking the boy and turning him into a girl and vice versa. There's lots of that. So it's a very, very evil thing we're up against. But
before, really quickly, I just want to bring up CJ's comment. He writes, he or she, right? I don't know if it's a female, says, Ruby, I voted for the first time. We won. Wow, that's amazing. That's great. If you want to let me know what you voted for, or like what kind of thing you voted for, let me know in the chat, CJ. That's very, very interesting.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that voted for the first time this year.
Yeah.
By the way, hi Joseph.
Yes, Joseph is on the stage.
Do you have any comments about Tuesday, Joseph?
The only thing I know this about
can't hear him.
Something's wrong with your sound, Joseph. Try to hop off and hop back on, or turn on your mic, maybe on your device.
How's that?
Okay, much better. A little bit more. Higher it up more.
Alrighty, how's that?
Okay, that's good. Go ahead.
Okay, yes. Your funeral was quite interesting because just about every major political or king or royal family attended there. And it shows that the Vatican, which is a continuation of the Roman Empire, is still in control. It
Yeah.
actually, everyone who becomes president, everyone who becomes a monarch, has to see the Pope. And they did at his death. But there's a controversy I see about Pope Francis, because at one time there was two popes living at the same time,
Mm.
Pope Benedict. And Pope Benedict did not abdicate at all. All he did was retire because of health reasons and of the pressures of the papacy. He couldn't do it anymore, but he did not reject what was you would consider as canon law. He did not do that.
Yeah.
And have you noticed that Pope Francis never wore the red slippers
Oh,
of
really?
a legitimate pope?
Interesting.
So was this a coup d'état within the Catholic Church to get Benedict out and have somebody else in, according to inside mafia of the Catholic Church?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well,
there's a lot. There's a lot to unpack there. We should put a pin in that and come back on that on the conspiracy side of things and bring that back up.
okay.
And we're getting feedback. I can hear myself on Joseph's thing, so we're
Yeah,
getting.
Joseph, I think you have maybe like Bluetooth or the headphones, and we can hear ourselves.
Okay, I do have Bluetooth. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's probably what it is. Okay.
Okay, so fool around with it for a minute and see if you could come back, and your voice will be like more louder. Like it's you sound like so far away.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Jimmy, go ahead.
All right, so let's get into Wednesday, April 23rd. Trump says Zelensky is prolonging the war in Ukraine by resisting calls to cede Crimea, Crimea to Russia. Sorry, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Defense Secretary orders additional remedies, more clarity on COVID-19 reinstatements. So talking about reinstating the members of the military that were let go because of refusal to take the Fauci ouchie.
Mm-hmm.
A dozen Democratic states sue to stop President Trump's tariffs. Judge orders return of second migrant deported to El Salvador. I hadn't heard about the second one yet. So, but anyway, markets rally after Trump eases concerns over tariffs and Fed. New Jersey wildfire, which on Tuesday it was at 8,000 acres, but as of Wednesday it exploded to 13,250 acres. So over 5,000 acre increase in a 24-hour period. Houthis shoot down growing number of U.S. drones. And I don't think some other information that I heard about the Houthi situation is on the other news blast for the rest of the week. But I did hear today that we had a $60 million jet fall off of one of our carriers because of Houthi missiles coming in and attacking. And they've been funded by, get this, China. So that's a developing story right now. So I'm sure we'll end up talking about that probably next week. But there's some issues with our plane being at the bottom of the Red Sea right now. So there's that. South Korea's ex-president Moon indicted for bribery. Senator Durbin holds news conference after retirement announcement. Here we go again. We have another member of Congress and Senate retiring. Former U.S. Army intelligence analyst sentenced for selling sensitive military information to an individual tied to the Chinese government. Go figure. Jason Citron stepped down as CEO of Discord.
Oh, what? Why?
I just have headlines.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's one to look up. Like, what?
I just have headlines.
Okay.
Strong earthquake rattles Istanbul, Turkey. All right, that's Wednesday. Any comments for Wednesday?
Okay, let's see. Fighter of Truth says Opus DEI Peter Thiel scares me. He is involved with JD Vance. Do your research on both sides, not just the so-called left.
I will agree with that because I do not trust JD Vance. I do not trust his connections with Peter Thiel. I do not trust their connections with Ambrosia. Look that up, what that company does. It has something to do with blood. Yeah, I don't trust that whole situation there. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. Let's just say I've got my radar up on that whole situation.
All right. Julian says, why can't we get correct death totals on Ukraine-Russia war? Too many conflicting reports.
Well, everything's conflicting when it comes to the mainstream media. We never get no good reports.
Yeah, but specifically with this one, they are not giving, and I agree, they're not giving the numbers. I think the numbers are like in the millions, and they're trying to say like a couple 100,000 people have died, and I don't believe that.
Yeah, I still question that whole situation over there.
I mean, like what? I mean, it's obvious. Like it's
1.2 million. Ukrainians are dead, and a little over 100,000 Russians.
Wow,
that's great. That's a slaughter. You know what I'm saying? Like that's, people want to argue about the whole Israel and Gaza stuff, but what about Russia and Ukraine? Like nobody talks about that anymore. It's just like, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been going on 3 years. It's soon going to be the longest war in Europe.
Yeah, I'll be glad when true information finally comes out about this whole situation. I mean, people can argue back and forth about this and that, but most of us, we're not over there. We don't see what's going on, and then we have to trust the mainstream media to give us information coming out of that country.
Never.
It's like, what's really going on there?
Yeah, that's why I'm anti-war.
His attitude is no, he doesn't. He wants to continue the war. Zelensky, his attitude to me seems like he wants to continuation of the war. He is looking for.
He's probably being forced to.
Yes, he is, because he's a puppet of the deep state.
Exactly.
Part of the Khazarian mafia is controlling him.
Yep.
All right, Jimmy. I think you can move on to the next day.
All right, so let's go into Thursday, April 24th. Elon Musk suggests Doge has cut Patriot Front's funding. Good, because Patriot Front, they're nothing but FBI, CIA operatives. That's all they are. These are the guys that are running around in khaki pants and the black shirts and the masks and running around with the American flag, trying to say that that's, MAGA or the Republicans. No, they're fake, phony, and false. They're ridiculous.
Well, to our knowledge, I mean, have you ever met one of those guys?
Have you? Not personally.
Exactly. Like I've never met somebody who actually claims to be a part of that group or claims to be, legit. I mean, like I told you before, I've spoken to many people, black supremacists, white supremacists, so-called Nazis on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like they actually own up to it and they say, yes, this is what I believe in. And I would respect you more if you said the truth and you said who you are and what you believe in. But those people, they cover their faces. They don't say who they are, what they really believe in. And it's just a show. It's just theater, in my opinion. So allegedly, that's what they look like on the outside. I'm not gonna, deny that maybe they are a part of a real group and have real beliefs. But until somebody comes out and says that they are, and we can actually, ask them questions and respect them a little bit more for that. Until then, I won't respect it. So that's what I would say.
I don't think I've ever seen any one of them give a interview, so to speak. Now, I could be wrong. That could have happened. I just haven't seen it. So,
right. So,
but I mean, but if it was a legit organization, then why is Musk finding through Doge to cut their funding? So that means the government is funding the Patriot Front. I mean, that's what I take from it. Wouldn't you?
Right. No, that doesn't make any sense. Why would they do that? Nah, I'm good on that one.
Yeah. Trump meets with Norwegian Prime Minister at the White House. China, this is funny. China denies any suggestion it is currently in talks with the U.S. over tariffs. Trump says the U.S. and China are actively discussing tariffs. So which one is it? Trump takes action targeting Act Blue.
Okay.
That is huge. Do you know who Act Blue is?
The organization that takes the donations. I think they took some donations.
Yeah. When I first started going down the political side of things in 2020, I found out about Act Blue. And, they were a lot of the donations that came in for the BLM crap was going to Act Blue. And then Act Blue would disperse those funds to different political candidates and political operatives and figures. Not just in the Democratic side, but they were also funding some of the folks on the Republican side as well. So a lot. What else did they have? Where all the celebrities came out asking for donations?
Oh, the Hawaii fires and stuff like that.
Yeah. So a lot of that money, when these celebrities come out and do something like that, all that money goes into Act Blue, and it's funneled back into government pockets. So, two federal judges. Here we go. Two federal judges blocked Trump's effort to ban DEI from K-12 education. Judge blocks Trump's administration from requiring proof of citizenship to register to vote. Judge orders return of Venezuelan migrant deported to El Salvador. Trump 2028 apparel on sale at the Trump Organization's online store. Hold on, I got two more. Joseph King, 19, charged in connection with massive New Jersey wildfire. And a bomb scare. Well, this is the second one for the week because we had one in Las Vegas. Bomb scare at the entrance to Fort Bragg. And for those that don't know what Fort Bragg is, it's a military installation home of the 82nd Airborne Division. And it's like an hour and a half to hour and 45 minutes down the road from me. So,
wow.
Yeah, Fort Bragg is huge. But so that was Thursday. Did you see all the judges? We're going to talk about.
Yeah, we're going to get into that in a minute because these judges, man, all that time in college and becoming a lawyer and doing all of that to then just risk it all for something stupid like this, or immigration, or DEI, or whatever, or getting arrested. I mean, we'll get into it, but the judges who got arrested recently, I'm done. Sorry, go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, we'll definitely get in. The funny one that I liked from Thursday was Trump 2028 apparel on sale at the Trump Organization's online store. That's going to make some heads blow. Anyway, we won't talk about that at the moment. Let's go into comments for Thursday.
Okay, let's see. Dallas, Buttermilk Dallas says BLM is a thug group. Um, okay.
Yep.
Fighter of Truth says, I don't trust Musk. He is a billionaire robber baron who grew up in Apartheid, South Africa.
Apartheid. Okay. Yeah.
Or,
Yeah. There's a
uh,
lot of. I'm gonna say publicly, Musk has always been one that I haven't been able to put my finger on. So it's not a don't trust or trust situation. It's one that I'm just watching. I'm watching the actions. I'm watching what's coming from what he's doing. So that's where
but
I
I
stand.
mean, what can you do to talk about or legislate against a billionaire? You know what I'm saying? Like that, like I always say, he's our Tony Stark. Like he's Iron Man. What are you gonna tell or do to Iron Man? He's got
The,
everything.
the only thing that I will say, and I see it kind of being two-faced in my opinion, is everybody wants to talk about Musk being a billionaire and being involved in politics. But a lot of these folks that say that never said a damn word about George Soros
Uh-huh.
and his billionaire activities and being involved in the government. Hell, they probably don't even know who he is. And I'm just saying that, respectfully.
They're
So,
just mad that he's getting into all the private information, right? And I understand like that's like a legit concern or fear. At like Fighter of Truth said, like he's violating like HIPAA laws with privacy stuff and everything. But my thing is, the government already does this. Do you ever think that anything is private or encrypted or that you have something saved or stored that the government don't know about? They're watching literally everything right now as we speak live. The NSA and all these Patriot stuff, we're not safe. So what does it matter what Elon's doing?
yeah, and these people that, Elon owned PayPal at one point, but these people that use PayPal, Zelle, Venmo, how many of you
Exactly. Like,
how many folks have that on your phone? I don't have it on my phone. I don't use them at all. I don't like them. But how many of you folks that are against Elon saying the privacy stuff, but you use those cash apps?
and I do. I mean, I
Can you
hate
please?
banks.
Yeah, can you please make that make sense to me? If you're concerned about privacy, then why do you have those cash apps? Or if you're
Right.
concerned about privacy, why are you on social media?
Or even a regular bank account. They looking at everything you do, legit everything you do. So it's like what so Fighter of Truth says to tax him. So I understand that these laws are already in place. You know what I'm saying? Like tax him like for what? As if that's going to do anything. He's the richest man, one of the richest men in the world. What is that going to do? It's like I'm sorry. I just don't think it's useful to waste energy on a guy like him. I mean, we could be upset about it, but who are we? You know what I'm saying? Like, if I had $1 billion, then I would get involved. But right now, I'm like, who cares? Like, who is? It's just too much. I don't know. It is
All
what
I'm
it is.
doing right now with that situation is I'm just watching what's coming out of Doge, because that means more to me than some of this other stuff right now, because what's being exposed, I think a lot of this other stuff, anti-Musk stuff, is being put out there to distract people from the information that is being exposed through Doge.
Right, because you hate him more than the information that he's providing you with all the fraud. You should be more angry about the fraud than you
Yeah.
are about who's uncovering it. Like, who cares about the man? He's just the messenger. He's
Exactly.
telling you what's going on. Like, be more angry about that. We should be demanding our money back from this government.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the story we can get into later with another clip we have. All right, so let's go into Friday. Trump calls for Ukraine and Russia to meet for very high-level talks, says they are close to deal. Virginia Giuffre, one of Jeffrey Epstein's most prominent abuse survivors, dies by suicide. We are going to get into that, folks.
Oh, yes.
Former Representative George Santos sentenced to more than 7 years in prison.
Oh.
CIA official's son killed while fighting in Ukraine.
Uh-oh.
Luigi, yeah. Luigi Mangione pleads not guilty to federal murder and stalking charges. Justice Department rescinds policy against seizing journalist records in leak investigations. Let me read that one again. Justice Department rescinds policy against seizing journalist records in leak investigation. Okay, so it looks like is that protecting their sources? Is that what that says to you?
I don't know. How about you, Joseph?
In a way, yes. They will do that. They will protect themselves.
That's what. So against seizing journalist records. So it looks like the journalists are trying. It looks like they're trying to protect the journalist. Okay, something to look into. FBI arrests Milwaukee judge Hannah Dugan. Allegedly, she interfered in immigration operation. Well, it's not allegedly anymore. We know for a fact what she did.
That's what I got in the title. I said judges arrested, and that's not the only one. That's like the second judge this month, I believe.
Won't be the last.
That's crazy. Why would you do that?
Yeah,
judge? I don't know. I'm shocked. That's crazy.
Yeah, I can't wait for open discussion tonight.
Yeah.
Man fatally stabbed on the New York City subway. Oh, again. Okay.
Yeah, so, what's new?
Yeah. So again, a man fatally stabbed on New York City subway. I guarantee you, if it said man fatally shot on New York City subway, that would have been all over the news.
Right.
Pushing for gun control. So anyway,
if it's coming out of New York City, I don't want to even hear it. Like I'm done.
That's Friday. Any comments on Friday, folks?
Jesse says, "Judge, not lest ye be judged." Jerica says, "No one above the law. I heard. I was shocked too." Hi, Fallen. Fallen just entered the chat, guys. Nice. Okay, let me see. Oh, Julian, yes. He says, what we should be mad about is that there are no arrests coming from Doge investigations. And I tell the Jimmy all the time is that I want to see arrests as well.
Okay, so let me make a comment on that. Something that I've come to appreciate in this whole battle right here. What are we? Maybe I should save it for the judges, but forget it. I'll just say it. Are we not seeing right now how corrupt these judges are when it comes to just the immigration stuff?
Yes.
How can you arrest somebody and hold them to the law with corrupt judges in place?
Right.
You can't.
Right. Okay,
you have to get rid of the corrupt judges
first. Right. Okay.
Then you can have high profile arrest. Now, again, personally, I believe a lot of that has happened already under military tribunals and things like that. But that's not, and we're not going to go there right now. But how can you have justice, true justice, with corrupt judges in place?
Right. Good point. Good point. I mean, if it wasn't for these judges getting arrested recently, I would have still been hung up on it. But now that I'm seeing judges getting arrested, I feel a little bit more better. Like I could believe that a little bit more, that finally we're getting some kind of justice, that these judges are getting arrested.
And these couple that have happened the last couple of weeks, they're just the first ones.
Hopefully.
There's going to be more. There's going to be more.
Hopefully there is more. Yeah, because you see, I agree with Julian. He says all we got, Jimmy, is 4 years. That's my fear, is that the next election, if the Democrats come back, all of this work would be almost for nothing. Like I know it's not for nothing, but like it would feel like we've built so much because we've had to account for the 4 years that we lost after Trump. Now we're playing catch up. And then for all of that to be destroyed by another lefty president?
Yeah, I understand how people feel about that. And that's why whatever is done has to be done in a way that's lasting. It has to, I mean, when Trump says, or when other folks have said, this is not just another 4-year election, that's true. Because, I mean, look, 2016 and 2020, we saw how great the economy was. We saw, America turning around. And then what did everybody see? They saw Biden take the residency and reverse everything.
Right.
So right there, the American public was shown that anything can be reversed.
Right.
So we've got to set a foundation that's based on law, based on the rule of law, that stuff can't be done in the future. And it's not something that's going to happen overnight. So I mean, look how pissed off and angry the Democrats got about this dude that got shipped to El Salvador. What would they do if there was a high-level name announced as an arrest? They would freaking lose their minds. So
all right,
that's just my take on that.
Like a Hillary.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So go ahead for the following day.
Yeah, we have one last one. Weekend of April 26th and 27th. Over 200 people detained, including military members, at unlicensed nightclub in Colorado.
What?
Over 100 undocumented immigrants were detained at this nightclub.
What?
I heard something about that briefly.
They own the nightclub.
What's that? What, Joseph?
They owned the nightclub.
Oh, really?
Yes, they did. Just like that, they took over the whole place. They're like
Huh. That's a story that I haven't looked into that one yet because it happened over the weekend.
They owned it and they ran it and they made money off of it.
No, of course they did. All right.
What? That's a weird story. I'm sorry. Like what?
This is why we do the News Blast, folks, to grab their interest and have you go look up stuff. Gene Hackman final autopsy released. I don't know what it said. That whole thing is fishy. I'll get out.
Yeah, it's a distraction at this point. Like,
yeah,
they're blaming it on rat poop.
Yeah. Second suspect arrested in theft of DHS Chief Kristi Noem's purse. J.B. Pritzker implores Democrats to fight Trump. China launches 3 astronauts to replace crew on the Tiangong space station. Iran and the U.S. hold hours of talks in Oman. Trump says Columbus Day will now just be Columbus Day.
Okay.
County in Florida halts water fluoridation amid political pressure. Oh, wow. Vancouver, at least 11 killed after man drives car driven through a festival.
What?
British Airways flight makes emergency landing after suspected bird strike. Which, when I saw that headline while I was eating my dinner before we came on here, the only thing I could think of was, okay, so a flight has to make an emergency landing after a suspected bird strike. How in the hell did those planes go through a steel building?
Ah, okay.
A bird. Anyway. That was just what was rattling around in my head when I read it. U.S. strike kills 8 in Yemen's capital. Small plane crashes in Tennessee, killing all 3 on board. I wonder who those 3 people were. And Trump joins other world leaders at Pope Francis' funeral. And there we have it, your news blast from last week. Brought to you by Jimmy Bell.
Thank you, Jimmy, reporting from North Carolina. That was a news hour with Jimmy Bell. And you know what? Quick point about the Pope stuff, because I know you shared it on either Facebook or X about about the upside down cross.
Yes.
That is actually legit though. That is the Saint Peter. I think it's Saint Peter cross that he was crucified upside down because he didn't feel. I mean, this is what they say, right? I mean, I haven't looked this up myself, but that he didn't feel worthy enough to die just like Jesus, so he requested that his crucifixion be upside down. So the upside down cross is legit.
Oh, I understand the what they say about it. I just there's a lot more symbolism involved with an inverted cross that I think that's out there.
Yes.
I don't think it's a good thing personally.
You don't what? You don't think it's a good thing that it was used?
It just when I see Hollywood and I see, you know, movies that have inverted crosses in it, it just I don't want to be like a JW and say everything's demonized.
Right.
But
That's what I'm saying. It's legit. That is a real cross.
Well, I understand that, but I think there's another meaning to it that's not good.
Well, as you said once before, Jimmy, they'll put it right in front of your face, but you just don't notice it.
Yeah, and whenever these celebrities they do this, when they do that, that's an inverted cross.
Yes,
I mean, because
okay, well, I haven't seen that one, but so far, as I'm learning with my own, you know, inquiry into orthodoxy and stuff like that, that's as much as I know right now. But I am gonna look more into that because I kind of hate that Hollywood or pagans or whatever you want to call them, heretics, they take something that is Christian and they use it they pervert it for their own thing, and now all of a sudden it's demonic. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't appreciate that. So when I do see stuff like that, it's like it's okay to like educate people that like, yes, that is a real cross, but people use it for scary stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like they pervert it.
The same thing can be said for, and I know this is controversial, but the same thing can be said about the Nazi symbol. And before we get into that,
okay.
Ruby, go to my Facebook page.
Okay.
And I have a video on that.
Okay, let's go to Jimmy's Facebook.
I wonder if before you play that, I wonder if we should open up the trailer.
Oh yes.
We might need to go ahead and do that now.
Yes, because it will quickly change the vibe right now because I'm ready.
Yeah. So we're gonna play that, and then we're gonna jump right into this whole Nazi symbol thing.
Okay.
Okay, so in line with folks taking something that's legit and turning it around and making it scary, did you find what I was talking about on Facebook?
Yes, sir. So if anybody wants to join the stage, the link should be in the chat. I'm going to post it one more time because we about to get into the conspiracy part of it. I don't think I'm going to get offensive tonight, but we'll see. I don't know.
You never know.
I mean, sometimes I know, and I be warning you, like, okay, tonight I'm gonna go off, but I don't know about tonight. Okay, so this is what I see on your page, Jimmy. Is this what you're talking about?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so you said it's important to learn the truth about things instead of just accepting the narrative.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
it.
This video here. Okay, so there's some music, and I don't want to get like cut. I don't want to cut this part. Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, but you see that thing about like the Nazi symbol, I know about that one that supposedly I don't think it's allegedly. I think it is true that it was an Indian symbol of peace, right?
It goes back further than that, and it also
Okay.
shows how electromagnetic or the ether, how that works as well. So, look, I mean, the symbols on those ancient players,
Right.
it's everywhere, but the media turned it around to be this awful symbol. So, you could say that, what you said about the inverted cross could apply here to the Nazi symbol. So,
But at least it's true. You know what I'm saying? Like there is truth to the symbol having a way more deeper meaning or representation rather than what the Germans used it for. Like who
correct.
cares why the Germans used it for that? If they perverted it to mean something of, what somebody might perceive as hatred, that doesn't mean that the symbol itself is bad. So
Correct.
when we talk about the upside down cross, it's just like, okay, yeah, that is a legit cross and it is where people saw it in the video, but
Right.
people want to spin it to the perversion part of, oh, that means this, like there's, and I know Julian said in the chat, like there's different interpretations about that. I agree with that. But if you're gonna, if people take something that's considered holy to some people and they pervert that and spread the misinformation that it's demonic, it's like that's kind of wrong. You know what I'm saying? And to Christians, it's like it's our duty to kind of like correct that. Just like Jimmy would say, that's his duty as a digital shoulder. Like the way you say things, I would feel the exact same way. Like, okay, just because people pervert it and try to make it look demonic doesn't mean that it is. Like it is a legit
Right.
cross. It's the St. Peter cross or whatever. And there are Christians who actually wear that on their necklace. That doesn't mean that they're demonic. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just that's just my point. Okay, let's see the comments here. A couple people joined here, and I know that Fallen was looking for the link, so you should see it there, Fallen. Del Real Love, sorry, she sent you this message. I forgot to bring it up right after your news segment. She said, Jimmy, you need to talk about Operation Spotlight. You have been unpopular recently, and I did see that article that you shared about Operation Spotlight. So if you want to give a quick update.
Sure. Basically, Juan, our ambassador in Spain, he went and did an interview with a news organization. I think it's more of a digital news, more of an internet news or whatever. Talking about Operation Spotlight. I put the link to that article on my Facebook page. Hang on, guys. There's a mosquito, and I need to kill his little ass. Okay. It's the only problem about doing this outside now with the lights. I got mosquitoes out here. But anyway, so after that article came out, Watchtower reached out to that news organization with a statement and basically saying that, hey, what these people are saying in Operation Spotlight is a complete lie. In so many words, that's what was said. And then there was the threat of suing the news organization and going after Juan. And then people have asked, well, Jimmy, why are they going after Juan and not you and Shelley and Monica? Well, that's because, we didn't go to the public media like that. Juan has. Now, I don't, it could be just a scare tactic. It could just be them trying to say something to shut us up. But of course, that's not going to happen. So Operation Spotlight has, we did a video today with all four of us. There's another group in Spain that wanted to interview us. So we did that today. And that video will be coming out, I don't know, next couple days, I guess. I don't know when they're going to put it out, but I will post it on my Facebook page. And, I basically told them in the video, I was like, Watchtower was pissed because of what we did. We know now that they are pissed because of Operation Spotlight. And if they didn't like the 1.0, they're definitely not going to like 2.0, what we have planned already. We're not going to tell anybody what we have planned. But we have something brewing that's going to, I think, is going to wake up a lot of people and it's going to shock a lot of people. Let's just say it has to do with money. So
Right. But he is in a different country. So if he did what he did and in that country he can't do that, like, I don't know their laws. You know what I'm saying?
I looked it up. And Spain does have freedom of expression.
Yeah.
So I don't know I don't know anything else other than that. But it's Watchtower always. Watchtower again. We got to look at the playbook. What do these globalists do when they're pushed up against the wall or when information comes out? They threaten to use lawfare to go after their opponents.
Right.
And so we see that with Trump and the judges, and we see that with Watchtower using their lawyers going after people and things like that. It's the same playbook.
Yeah, but try that in America, Watchtower. I don't think you'll get far. Welcome to the stage, Fallen.
Hi,
Good evening,
guys.
Fallen. Good evening.
Fallen Ashes. How are you
That's
this evening?
insane. It's insane that some people don't think that it's real. Like, I remembered watching your YouTube video, Jimmy, and then you named all these people, and I just remembered the time when I went to Washington, D.C., and so it's like, I was at the White House not too long ago, so of course I'm going to write a letter. I mean, I wrote a letter to Putin when I was in the,
I
when
think
was
I
in a
did
Jehovah's-
too.
Yeah, when I was Jehovah's Witness, every Jehovah's Witness were told to write a letter to Putin because, what was going on with that. So
Yeah, and that is political. I mean, in my opinion, now that I'm awake, that is a little political.
Totally.
Yeah. So that was
So this ain't the first time I wrote a letter to a president.
right. Exactly. So good for you guys. Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Joseph.
Oh, I just agreed with you. Good for Fallen Ashes for writing a letter to Putin.
Yep, exactly. So, okay, so we're gonna get into the nitty gritty of the news segment because some of this news, I think, is either fake. The judges, like we mentioned, the judges. We need to get a little bit more into that. I put Virginia. How do you pronounce her last name?
I think it's Virginia Giuffre. I think it's Giuffre.
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 Okay, well, we need to talk about her because that threw me for a loop. Like, Jimmy shared something that she finally passed away. And I don't know if it's just me or am I tripping, but let me know if you know, guys in the chat, please. Do you remember when she posted on X that she got hit by a bus?
Yeah.
Because I remember talking about this in another stream, and I said, "Yo, Jimmy, did you hear about that Epstein accuser? She said she got hit by a bus or something, and she had kidney failure or something." And I'm like, and then Jimmy shared on Facebook that she died by suicide. I was like, "What? This can't be happening again." They are like Hillary and Bill Clinton-ing us again. That all of a sudden somebody just commits suicide, and she literally wrote this on X, on her page, and I had to find it. Okay, let me know if you guys can. I'm probably gonna have to blow this up.
Yeah, it's tiny.
So she posted this somewhere on social media saying, "This year has been the worst start to a new year, but I won't bore anyone with the details. But I think it's important to note that when a school bus driver comes at you driving 110 km as we were slowing down for a turn, that no matter what your car is made of, it might as well be a tin can. I've gone into kidney renal failure. They've given me 4 days to live, transferring me to a specialist hospital in urology. I'm ready to go, just not until I see my babies one last time. But you know what they say about wishes. Let's see. Blank in one hand and wish in the other. And I guarantee it's going to be the best. It's going to be blank at the end of the day. Thank you all for being wonderful people of the world and for being a great part of my life. God bless you all."
Wow.
And she shared that picture of her in the hospital. And then there was another post where she says that she's not suicidal.
Yep.
And this is getting a little scary. Oh, this is a clip I have. Hold on.
I was so young. Ghislaine woke me up in the morning and said, "You're going to meet a prince today." I didn't know at that point that I was going to be trafficked to that prince. And then that night, Prince Andrew came to her house in London, and we went out to Club Tramp. Prince Andrew got me alcohol. It was in the VIP section. I'm pretty sure it was vodka. Prince Andrew was like, "Let's dance together." And I was like, okay. And we leave Club Tramp, and I hop in the car with Ghislaine and Giuffre. And Ghislaine said, "He's coming back to the house. And I want you to do for him what you do for Epstein." I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that even royalty were involved.
With that said, Ruby, I sent you a clip, I think in your DMs on X, and I said we need to play this clip when we talk about Virginia. So if you've got that, I'd go ahead and play that to give this kind of some context.
Okay. Let's
But
watch it.
she received a large settlement.
Yeah.
Out of court, Yeah. And plus she was married and going and separated. So there's some issues there too.
Mm-hmm.
Not only with the shadow government trying to take her out, but her husband being involved.
Yeah, it's a very convoluted story. There's a lot going on here, and I think this clip this might be new for some folks. So let's go ahead and watch this.
Okay.
In the past days, we've watched conversations ignite over the death of an Epstein accuser and the uncomfortable truths about intelligence operations behind Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. But to understand the full picture, we have to go back even further. Behind Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell stood a man whose story few dare to tell. Robert Maxwell, media tycoon, member of parliament, and according to multiple intelligence insiders, an asset for the Israeli Mossad. He wasn't just powerful. He was a bridge between governments, secrets, and global influence, moving quietly behind closed doors. When Robert Maxwell died mysteriously at sea, investigators uncovered massive financial crimes. But that was only part of the story. Sources inside the intelligence world described him as a trusted operative, a man who helped broker arms deals and who played a key role in selling compromised software designed to spy on foreign governments. Robert Maxwell lived a double life. Publicly, a titan of media. Privately, a man entangled in some of the world's darkest operations. His daughter, Ghislaine, grew up in that world, a world where truth was a commodity and blackmail was a currency. This isn't theory. Former Mossad officers, CIA veterans, and investigative journalists have all pointed to Maxwell's hidden role. But even now, the corporate media remains silent. If we want to understand Jeffrey Epstein, we have to understand Robert Maxwell, because sometimes the trap is laid long before the fall. My friends, we are all anonymous.
So I know a lot of people, they will just look at this story about Virginia and pretty much brush it off. But the rabbit hole on this whole thing with Epstein goes back. And that's the reason why I wanted this clip to be played, because, everybody thinks that this might just be something that's recent happenings. No, this crap goes back many decades. And you have to understand what was taking place, what these people were doing to try to kind of make sense of what's happening today and what we're learning today about these folks' operations. So for me, with this Virginia, there's a part, the first thing I thought of when I saw this was witness protection. I can't help it. That's where I go with this. Because one, she said she wasn't suicidal, but they come out with a suicide thing. Was the bus, was that a hit? and it failed and she survived.
Mm-hmm.
You know, was that what that was? And now they've come in and, you know, I'm speculating. This is complete speculation. So maybe after the hit and it failed, they pulled her and put her in witness protection and then had to put out this whole suicide thing. So none of us really know the truth about this yet.
That's true.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joseph.
Well, that's true. It's just like Jeffrey Epstein. His death is very questionable. The circumstances are the same with, you know, with Virginia Giuffre. She is a victim of the same circumstances that Jeffrey Epstein had to go under. He was a powerful man, but there was someone more powerful than him.
Yeah, these guys, a lot of these guys, they are, you know, CIA operatives or CIA, not operatives, I'll say assets. Let's say CIA assets. And they're being used to you know, he said blackmail's currency. We've heard about Epstein and the cameras and in all the rooms at his place. We heard about Diddy and all the cameras in his place too. So that's what they do. They use this blackmail on these politicians and other individuals of high status to control them. And in turn, those folks get fame and fortune and all that to do their bidding. Again, we're talking about black hats and red hats here is what we're talking about.
Right, but you see the father element, never knew that until now. Like that video kind of explained a little bit more to that than just what we've heard, because we don't really know about. And where is she?
She's supposed to be in jail at the moment.
Okay, because this is what bothers me, right? So Epstein gets arrested, right? I remember the whole thing, being happy we might finally get answers and get the list, and then nothing happens until recently when they gave us the phase 1, phase 2, whatever the heck that was. I'm still unsatisfied. Julian writes, have any of you thought that the Epstein list hasn't been released despite Bondi's promise because Donald Trump is on the list? That theory has been running around quite a bit. And I do remember stuff like that being said. I think it's deeper than that, though. And we did touch on the Jewish supremacy part of it, which I'm not gonna I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole again. But
to me, the list doesn't really mean anything. He was a powerful man, and he met with many top political figures and in the who's who in the financial world, and they were on the list, but they may have not participated in, you know, Epstein Island and all the sexual perversions that went on. What we really need to find is the Epstein tapes. The list means nothing at all.
okay,
But
good point.
the
Good point.
tapes is what's going to expose everything, which they do not want to be released. It's just like other things with the Hunter Biden. We never really got to see the whole thing with his laptop.
Well, I'll tell you, when it comes to the Hunter Biden stuff, that information is out there. When that stuff popped off, I saw videos, I saw pictures and stuff that came from that laptop.
Me too.
And there was actually somebody that created a book that had it all in there. Oh God, who was it? What was the name? Marco Polo? I think that was the name. Yeah, Marco Polo. But they put a book together that had all these images from his laptop.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So it's out there. It's out there. But of course, you're not going to hear that on the news.
Well,
Probably on the dark web.
he's been protected by the pardon letter, and that's the only letter that Joe Biden actually signed.
Honestly, in my opinion, I think Hunter Biden flipped.
Hold on. You see, another. I'm sorry. This is what bothers me too. Just like Julian said, and Hunter still walks around with impunity. And then Jimmy says something like he flipped. What do you mean, Jimmy?
What I mean is he turned against the Biden and the family, and started turning evidence over to. And I know this is controversial, but like you said in the intro, unpopular opinions. I think he turned and started working with the white hats and is singing like a canary.
But who could trust a crackhead?
If he's got evidence, I mean, if he's got the proof, it doesn't matter.
But he's going to be flipping and flopping for whoever gives him what he needs or what he wants. I mean, he's an addict, isn't he? Like,
that's a good point.
According to Biden, he got sober and everything. So, but anyway, I think he's flipped. I think he's given up some secrets. I think there's a lot of people that have flipped.
Well, when is he going to fall off the wagon? Is he still snorting?
I don't care at this point. He should just be in jail. You see what I'm saying? Like, these people still walk around free, and that's what bothers me. So I'm not gonna press it because I like what Lisa says here. She says Hugh Hefner was doing the same thing long before Epstein. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for years.
Absolutely.
But what is that? Why are these people allowed to do that and normalize it as if it's a magazine or if it's industry or if it's just like normalize this type of stuff?
It's pedophilia and child trafficking. That's what they do.
So fucked up. What the fuck?
That's what it is. Pedophilia and child trafficking.
Yeah, that's what it is. Exactly.
And I know people don't want to talk about that, or they want to just, that's too dark for me. I can't go down that road. But I'm gonna tell everybody right now, you better buckle up and start going down that road, because that's what's going to come out.
Well, first off, it's not something I like talking about, but it has to be talked about.
Exactly.
Right. Because people are doing it. That's why it's talked about. Unless people are talking about it because they like it, but that's the problem, is that people that do like that are pedophiles, and they're out there, unfortunately.
Yes, and that's why I have a problem with. Let me make sure I say this in the best way possible, that I don't piss everybody off. That's why I have a problem with some channels saying, "Hey, come on and tell us your abuse story."
I get it.
Because there could be a pedophile watching that said program that's getting off on the fact of this person's abuse story.
Yes.
Right.
That's a good point, Jimmy.
Like the whole Drake situation, because that's a whole nother situation. I mean, that was pedophilia, clinically speaking, is dealing with prepubescent children, and 17 years old isn't prepubescent.
Right. I do understand those points, but what I'm saying is that the industry is allowed to exist. They normalize it. They exploit women, and then in turn, it could be children. You go down the line with the Disney, and the shows are inappropriate. The jokes are inappropriate. It is all normalized as if it's okay. So even before Epstein was this guy, before that guy, it was another guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna keep on continuing until, like Joseph said, we get those tapes. And I still believe in the list. I would like to know the list. And we do have the list unofficially. Unofficially, we have the list. It hasn't been proven yet. But that's the problem. Why aren't these people, these clients, being arrested already?
Again, it goes back to the point that I made about the corrupt judges. You got to clean. You can't bring these people to justice with a corrupt justice system. And have we not seen a two-tier justice system when it comes to these folks going after things that Trump's done? It's a two-tier. or they say you can't convict these people with a corrupt judicial system.
Okay, but are you talking in terms of state or federal? Because why isn't the federal government going after these people?
Both.
Well, we're in a time of war, an actual time of war.
Yep.
And our military is in control, and they do have set up tribunals, and they have been activated, and they're in operation not only in Guantanamo but in other places.
Yep.
That was going to be my next question. Why isn't the military doing something?
They are doing something.
They are. The military is working right now. Do you really think, because we don't hear about our military in the news, do we?
Right.
For most people, they would just think the military is just sitting on their hands doing nothing. Do you really
no,
think?
I know they're doing something, but I mean, why isn't there a display of force? Like I know people are going to be scared about, oh, the military shouldn't be doing this, whatever, 3 branches of government. Who cares? Like, if there's something needs to be done, why isn't the display of force shown that we are getting these criminals out, even in government? Why are they not getting arrested and like, get out of here right now?
There's so many people right now that are still asleep. We are learning more and more every day about stuff. And again, I've made this point before. If the military came out right now and said, we've arrested this person, we've hung this person, we took care of this, we've done this, and done this. What is that going to do to the general public who still thinks it's okay to put a kid in a corner in kindergarten with a litter pan who thinks he's a cat?
You see, that's the problem, though. Why is it our responsibility to be waiting on people to grow up and wake up to the world? Why?
You have to have the majority of the people that are woke up to what's going on.
Okay.
You got to have the majority because it won't stick and it won't last unless it leaves a lasting impression. And this goes back to the point of, oh, well, we only got 4 years left to do all this stuff. A Democrat, you got to make this stuff stick.
Right.
And the people, I mean, you think about it. 5 years, 5 years ago, was anybody talking about child trafficking and pedophilia mainstream like we do?
No, not really.
No. But now people are talking about it.
Right.
And now people want justice for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that we're talking about now that people had no clue 5 years ago.
Yes,
yeah, but
I mean, it's true because it's the way the culture was back in the day. I mean, when you watch like the actors, like Shirley Temple was in a show and a lot of the actors took advantage of them. And then why is it that Drake and Josh like are being, what is going on with iCarly? Those are shows when I was a kid. I was a kid watching those shows. I didn't know what was going on. I wasn't thinking that way.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, now these things are being exposed and now we're talking about it and now and people are coming out as being gay too. So there's a lot of things with that. We're talking about sexuality here. There's people that have judged people for their sexuality. And it's like the only thing that I judge is pedophilia. I will judge you for that.
Totally.
Yeah, that's the greatest sin of all is pedophilia.
I will judge you for that because that's absolute abuse. That's just not even something you should be doing in public or in private or anywhere.
Hey, Ruby,
not even in your dreams.
Ruby,
Sorry.
go to my Facebook. Go to my Facebook page, Ruby.
Okay.
And scroll down until you see panda eyes.
Oh Lord, Jimmy, come on.
No, I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious.
I know.
We got to talk about it. You got to see this.
Okay,
I'm
guys.
proud to be gay.
I'm telling you. I mean, people, they got to be woke up. We told folks that to take the red pill, but now, for some, it's going to be an enema. But, you've got to see this because a lot of people in the comments were like, oh, my God, I ain't never seen this before. Is this real? Yeah, it's freaking real. This is what these people do.
All right, guys. Well, I guess we're going there, and it's me. I've been delaying that because I really didn't want to talk about that, and it hurts me. It's
I mean,
not.
I'm sorry. I mean, I went down these rabbit holes in 2020 and I found all this stuff and it's horrifying and disgusting
Yeah,
and
it really
sick.
is.
But at least now I know about it. So this right
Okay.
here is
Same
very
here.
important to know. And I can't read it because it's too small. So Ruby,
Okay. So,
you're gonna have to read it.
all right. I'm forced to read this, guys. But all right.
Mhm.
So we're gonna go down this rabbit hole. If anybody knows what this is, you already know what we're gonna get into. It's called Panda Eyes, and the caption says here, it is a pedophile slang for child sodomy. When a child is forcibly sodomized, its eyes can welt to black circles due to the blunt trauma involved, making their eyes look like that of a panda. Their apparel selling online that says panda eyes on it for the pedo community, as well as pedophiles joking about this online with each other, talking about kids. There's many innocent symbols and codes they use to reference their deviant perversions, like pizza, little girl lover, and hot dogs, little boy lover. Pandas are one of their symbols, believe it or not. Hashtag blank panda is often seen on pedo social media accounts when referencing pandas and children. So I knew a little bit about this. And then Jimmy shares this kind of stuff on his social media. And obviously, I follow him. So I get this type of information through Jimmy. And this is a real thing. We've seen this in those emails that were leaked a few years ago.
Yep.
And I think you did share a photo of an
I
actual child with
I
panda
did.
eyes.
I did. Yeah, keep scrolling.
Okay, so you see, this is what hurts me is because when you have
Right
children
there.
of this age, you already know that stuff like this happens. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna say it never happens, but it makes me sick to think that it happens.
Well, you're a mother. I understand too.
I'm not even a
And one
mother. It's sick.
and
Right.
once
Yes, it is.
and once people find out what organizations that they look up to and they trust that are involved in these activities, they're going to be disgusted. I'll give you one right now. The Red Cross. Evil as hell.
Oh, I have to look into that.
You know what's
Yeah.
interesting too is that they call gay people mentally ill. You know who's mentally ill? Pedophiles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, everybody can argue about Elon, this and that. They can argue about Ukraine and Crimea. There's a lot of stuff to argue about. But the
Right.
bottom line comes down what this war, what we're really fighting is this. Even Trump told us this back in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
When he was giving press conference, he said it's like an ancient ritual and they use the internet. He wasn't lying. He wasn't
Mm-hmm.
making stuff up. This is the biggest issue the world is facing right now. It's none of the others. I mean, all that stuff plays in, but this right here is what needs to be front and center into everybody's minds because we've been told that children will unite humanity. It's not going to be a Democratic Party, not going to be Republican, it's not going to be Trump. It's going to be the children because once people find this out and then they find out what organizations were involved, what people were involved, where's the
Right.
money gone, then that is going to wake the world up.
Oh,
In the,
yes.
yes, in the last few years, people have been bombarded by, uh, pedophile ministers and priests, not only
Mhm.
Catholic but Protestant, and now it's being exposed constantly. Look at
Mhm.
what's happening with Watchtower in Pennsylvania with all their pedophiles.
Yep.
Hell,
You know, oh God, I was just thinking something, guys, too. A lot of children were raised, at least worldly children were raised to think Santa's real. And you tell them that, you'll believe it. They'll believe anything. So when I was young, like I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness, so I knew Santa wasn't real. I knew that this was the
Mhm.
true religion and that
Mhm.
we're all sinners. So we had to forgive sin. So it's
Mhm.
like a child that has been abused and believes that you could forgive any sin, they would forgive pedophilia because that's a sin, right? Like,
Right. That's
that's why it was
exactly what's
hidden,
wrong.
because
Right.
they
Right.
were taught that you can forgive sins because Jesus
Mm-hmm.
died for our sins. So think about that.
Right. Right. But that's why I don't call them Christian, because if you're a real Christian, then you would believe in justice and the death penalty. Like the Bible does advocate for the death penalty. So those types of crimes, you're done. You know what I
I
mean?
will say this: every evil politician, anybody that's gone to Gitmo or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
the main connecting factor to all of them is pedophiles.
Go
Every
ahead.
one of them.
And you know what, Jimmy? I haven't mentioned this before, but did you go down the rabbit hole of CPS?
Oh yeah, yeah. CPS is evil too.
And the Amber Alerts?
Yes.
Okay,
It's just like the milk. It's just like the milk cartons from the '80s. Those were advertising children that were for sale.
So if anybody doesn't know, yeah, you got to go down that rabbit hole, because if anybody doesn't know about that, yeah, exactly what you just heard.
In the United States. In the United States, you're talking about.
Exactly. This is what shocks me too, because I'm like, how is this even allowed in the United? Like, I could believe this if it's like third world country, right? But in America, how? Right? So
800,000 children a year go missing in the United States alone.
Right.
That's scary.
You remember?
How? Like, I don't understand.
You remember years ago when the Awake magazine and its cover had all these children that had died, and they were glorifying them because they were denied blood transfusion.
Yep. I remember
Actually
that.
had an article on that. So they were glorifying this.
Yeah, but when you think about the numbers, right? Like Jimmy says, and that happening in America, and what bothers me is how you could read about it or see it on TV, but in real life, you don't really see that happening. Like, you don't really see kidnappings like that happen, or like a murder. You know what I'm saying? Like, the TV is kind of different than real life sometimes. So how else are they trafficking these kids? How else are they coming over the border? Like, how else are they doing this in like an underground fashion? And when I went down the rabbit hole of the CPS and the whole organization of how the government be taking kids from their parents, legit taking them away from you as parents over any little thing, and they get trafficked through the foster care system.
They just tried to do this in Western North Carolina.
That's crazy.
In Western North Carolina, when Helene came through, and all these people are homeless, and they were coming in. The CPS was coming in and saying, "Oh, well, these kids are not living in a very sound place, and blah, blah. We're gonna have to take your kids."
Yeah.
The people of Western North Carolina was having none of that.
And that's exactly why you need guns, because I would be like, over my dead body, where you gonna take my kid? You know what I'm saying?
And I want to address real quick a comment that Thrifty said. Like, it's hard to believe that this will take care of, or whatever. What did she say?
It's hard to believe anything will change because this has been ignored, covered up, and protected for so long.
So how do you combat that? By doing what we're doing tonight, and what a lot of us have been doing for years. We got to talk about it. We got to bring this information to light, because once more people start talking about this stuff, then something can be done about it. That's why this, like I said before, 5 years ago, you wouldn't have seen this type of topic on a YouTube channel.
That's why I made a music video about
it. Information war, as you brought up before, Jimmy. This is a part of our strategy in fighting in this war.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. A lot of people they want to say, "Oh, well, we're going to face World War III, or we got to be prepared for this." They don't understand that we have been in a war since 2017.
Yes.
Right.
And actually, for some, it goes back longer than that, which we can show that in a clip later when we talk about the money situation and everything. So, but the majority of the public has just started to realize what's going on with a lot of this stuff, and a lot of it started being exposed in 2017.
And what about that video that I just did about that website? One of the biggest pedo websites was taken down recently. And
Yes.
it was like, why isn't this bigger news? Like, why aren't more people talking about that?
Yeah, 1.8 million users
Yeah.
on that website.
All over the world.
Yeah.
On the dark web.
Yes.
Like,
1.8 million.
That have you guys seen Sound of Freedom?
Oh yeah.
Yes, I talk about it all the time.
Oh yeah.
It's based off a true story.
You what? You
It's
what?
based on a true story.
No,
Yeah.
I know, but I was asking Ruby, what did you say you took?
Oh,
what?
yes. I mention it all the time. I be telling people all the time to watch that movie.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy. I mean, I saw it and we couldn't speak for like 4 days. Like we were so angry and like sick to our stomachs.
I was crying. Yeah, I couldn't
Yep.
even. I was vlogging that day. I have it on my Instagram account, but
That movie was made 5 years before it was released because they were trying to suppress it.
Yeah, they blackballed it and it didn't come out for a really long time until they finally did come out with it. And then after the movie came out, did you see all those allegations to Tim?
Yeah.
Like one of the guys who was a part of that.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna say if it's true or not true. I have not gone down that road, and I don't really I don't know. In my opinion, whether it's true or not, I think it's taking away from the actual message.
Well, that's exactly what that is right there, Ruby. You nailed that. Because when I watched Sound of Freedom, I left that movie theater, and you ever get so pissed off that you cry, the angry cry?
Yes,
that's where I was at the end of that movie.
Yeah.
While I was walking out, because what I'll say about Sound of Freedom, that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Exactly.
Yes.
And we kind of all know that in the bottom of our stomachs. You know what I'm saying? Like when you watch it as an adult, as a parent, it's like, oof, like this is sick.
But see, the problem is, Ruby, and I know people want to be protected from this stuff. They don't want to see it. But if we continue to bury this and not talk about it, then Thrifty's going to be right. It's never going to change. It's not going to get taken care of.
Yeah.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, welcome to the stage.
I'm
Absolutely.
starting to get a little pissed off.
Who is this?
It's Gail.
Okay, hey, Gail.
First of all, I was born in 1950, and my cousin was sexually abused. My daughter's been sexually abused. Back then, you told your parents they didn't want to believe you, so you held it all in, and you felt guilty because you couldn't share it with your own friggin' parents because they didn't want to believe you that the guy next door who was supposed to be a nice Joe would sexually abuse her children. But that shit happened. Now, as far as Sound of Freedom goes, I thought that was very tastefully done. I work with sexually abused adults, male and female. And I'm going to tell you something. Would you be happy if you showed them raping a child and sodomizing them on the movie? No, you would not. That was tastefully done, and he got the message across. What's going on now? The past 5 years, it's being exposed. It's been going on for years. Ever since the beginning of man, they've always had a liking for children, little boys and girls, which makes me sick. I don't understand it. I don't get it, and I don't like it. And furthermore, this isn't going to stop because these guys, most of them were your presidents of the United States who screwed around with young children. Listen to Kathy O'Brien. I hope you get her on the show, and she'll educate everybody about all these scumbaggy leagues. And they're powerful, and they're fearful, and they have a lot of control. So it's going to take more than just this group to stop them. Everybody has education and awareness. Everybody should know, and everybody should get mad. Everybody should protect their children. All children should be protected no matter where they are, and stop letting all these assholes run the show and push the transgender gender and are you a boy or a girl? All that shit has to stop and go back to the normal basics and what the family represents. See, the family's breaking down, and when the family unit breaks down, society's going to crash, period. So I'm sorry, I'm fired up. I didn't like looking at those pictures because it's a trigger for me because I worked with severely abused adults. I worked with 2 schizophrenics and a girl who had multiple personalities, and that
Yep.
just brought a lot of that crap back. I don't mean to be coming across aggravated, but it just did some triggering in me. And you just please be careful with what you post, because especially with people like myself that have seen it, I've counseled people who've been abused. It's just I don't want to go down that again.
I think what I appreciate.
I'm not stupid. I know it exists. It's been going on for a long. My mother didn't even believe me when my brother was raped by the guy next door. My mother thought I was crazy. And then when my brother drank himself to death and wet the bed all the time because he couldn't reach my mother. So it has, it's got personal issues with me, with my own brother who drank himself to death because no one would listen to him or believe him.
Mhm.
And I think that's going on today still.
Yeah. I've seen that within the congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses. I actually was in a member of a committee meeting over something like that, and it was horrible.
Yeah, I think what we'll do next time, I guess for me,
put a warning on for us. Say warning.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Next time we do that, we'll put a warning on. Say, hey, look, if you know about this stuff, and if it's going to trigger you, you might want to turn away for a few minutes. So I'll make sure that we do that.
Thank you.
So I will actually take that advice. I guess there's sometimes I've been down these rabbit holes and I've seen this stuff, and fortunately I haven't experienced it personally, so I don't have that personal connection like you do, Gail. I know how awful it is, and I know that there's so many people that just want to bury their heads, but when it comes to me, there's a lot of times I just put it out there. I'm just like, here it is. This is what's going on. And so then sometimes I forget that there's folks that already know this stuff and it could trigger them. So I'll make sure that we warn folks next
I
time.
appreciate that. And I wrote Trump a personal letter about my daughter's situation. I wrote it personally to him, and I hope he read it, and I hope I hear back from him with the spotlight campaign.
I hope so too.
Good. Yeah, I think we all got involved in that.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Gail. Thank you for coming on and saying that, because everybody really resonated with that in the chat. I do as well, because I mean, before I read that, I was like, ugh, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, oof, because I know that when I saw that movie and when I went down that rabbit hole, it took me days, to get back to normal. So I know that
they didn't
people
show kids getting raped. I'm just thrilled. He did a beautiful job doing that. You knew what was going on, but you didn't have to see it.
Here's the thing, good people, good moral people hate this stuff and don't want to see it. That's a true statement. Would y'all agree with that?
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah,
But
people that are not mentally ill.
But when good people do nothing, what happens?
Nothing happens. Nothing changes.
Yeah.
So even though there's something that is disgusting, we don't want to talk about it, we don't want to know. If we don't address it and let folks know about it, it's going to continue.
Yeah.
Right. But we have to first believe that this exists. That's the problem. A lot of people don't believe it. So the first thing is believing that this actually exists. And then the second part, okay, now you accepted it, you're angry. Like, you go through all the 5 stages of grief before you're like, okay, what are we going to do? Like, what are we going to do? Because that's where I'm at. I'm like, okay, where's the military? Where's the FBI? Where are these people? Isn't that their job? Like,
and see, here's the thing. This is why I think this is all being planned out really well, because once people learn about this stuff and learn how they're going to be calling for people's heads, right? We're doing it now. Where's the arrest? Where's all that? Okay.
Yes.
So let's say, oh, dang, on my battery. I got to charge my battery out. So let's say a significant number of the population knows about this stuff. They're calling for justice. And then we get information about some names that are involved in this stuff. Do you think people will be more inclined to be calling for them to be held to justice? Or will the media be trying to defend these people?
It depends on
Well,
who it is. You might want, you don't want to get snuffed out by these people either. There's
Yeah.
another side to the story too. Some of these people are very powerful people, and a lot of people have been disappeared or been taken care of that have
Right.
opened their mouth. So
Right.
you have to find some groups or committees.
Yep. Go ahead, Joseph. Were you about to say something?
Oh, I was just saying that I'd like to thank Gail for her comments because she sees it from a different perspective than what we do. When I was in the corporate world, sometimes I volunteered for, hotlines, and you get all different kind of calls with different kind of people with problems. And you had to, talk to them and steer them into the right authorities to go to, or try to help them if someone has tendencies to want to commit suicide or something like that. You they trained you on how to talk to these people, and I'm sure Gail has a real good repertoire with these victims because she was one herself.
And I saved 5 people's lives while I was in the field too. I'm not bragging, but I did
Well,
because of
good.
my I'm pretty smart when it comes to I was a human behaviorist, and a lot of the clients were they were creatures of habit, and I had 2 overdoses that I had to save. Because I watched what they were doing, and one girl didn't come down, and she had tried to commit suicide, and I had to call the police on her. And then the other one, she went into a hotel, and I was a hotline operator at the time, and I happened to be on call that day, and she fell to the floor with the phone. So I actually called the phone company and found out where she was, and I had to call the police, but they kept hanging up on me at the hotel. I kept saying, "You've got someone in one of the rooms that obviously she's trying to take her life. I need you to go in and do a wellness check." They hung up on me. So I said, "You know what?" I called the Cambridge, Massachusetts police, and they came. They got me on the phone, and they commended me. And I actually was in the front page of the Boston Globe. I didn't want
Wow.
to.
What?
That's a very important paper. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
so the front
Boston.
page of the Boston Globe, the selectmen invited me to the State House in Boston. I didn't want any notoriety, but everybody insisted. So, but
Wow,
Well,
that's
very good.
amazing.
well, that's another thing with you have to have a keen awareness of what your kids are doing. A lot of parents don't
Right.
watch their children. You got to watch them like hawks today. When I was
Yep.
growing up, the kids, we went out, no one, the doors weren't locked. They
Yep.
weren't worried about where we are. Now you can't even let your kids out in the front lawn.
No. Yeah, that's why I homeschool, because I'm like, I
Good for
can't
you.
afford for something like that to happen. I'm on my own. I don't got no family, no. I'm like, nope, I'm gonna homeschool, and if something happens in the house, then okay, I take responsibility. But if it's in the street, I can't afford that. So homeschooling was a
Good for
protection.
you.
I wanted to touch
Right.
on what Gail said about, the other politicians and presidents being involved in this stuff. If you look back at, well, you don't have to show it, but the description next to the panda eye picture talked about different words that they use. And one was pizza and the other one was hot dogs. So you have to ask yourself, why in the world, because of the WikiLeaks documents, why in the world was Barack Obama ordering $65,000 worth of hot dogs to be delivered to the White House at 2:00 in the morning?
Exactly. That's what makes me sick.
Just ask yourself, does any of that make sense?
I mean, it makes more sense knowing what the code word actually means, and then we got the WikiLeaks to understand the context of what that email was saying.
Right.
But why is that happening in America? Number one. Number two, in the White House with one of the most powerful men in the world, a president. Like, what?
Do you know why Melania and Barron wouldn't move into the White House in the beginning of Trump's first term?
Yeah, I remember you mentioned that they were cleaning out the White House, and like disinfecting it or something, and
Oh,
that's
yeah,
why
when
she
they put the
refused to
stage
go.
and stuff out in the White House.
There was a
I think
lot
they
of
did it
stuff.
this time too.
See, I know that picture may have triggered folks, and I'm sorry for that. I will say though, the other pictures that I've seen, way worse.
Oh, I don't want to see them.
But
Way
if that is
worse.
in the White House, I'm sorry. How does the Secret Service not see something like that? How, like these intelligence?
Say anything? They
They
know
see
what's
it. They're
going on
getting
with their
paid.
school. And
Red
that's
hats,
okay.
Ruby. Red hats.
Can I
But
say
I'm
something?
sorry.
I don't know if you
No.
knew this about the watch, about Sophia and Caleb, the two characters that the Watchtower used.
Yeah.
Well, they kept having butterflies in their. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I'm Italian. I talk with my hands. They kept
Yeah.
having butterflies. I'm like, what the heck is the butterfly? So I
Yep.
went on the FBI website and I said, do pedophiles use symbols to show they want a girl or a boy? Well,
Yep.
guess what came up? A butterfly.
The butterfly. Yep.
About-
You
and
see what I'm
curly-
saying? I can't.
And a
I-
And none of this is conspiracy because the FBI came out and showed what symbols were pedophile symbols. This isn't conspiracy. We're not making this stuff
no,
up,
this
folks.
was on their website, and I kept saying. Then they had a picture of a butterfly, a huge, like 16 by 20 picture of a butterfly, and then next to the butterfly in Sophie's room was the Machu Picchu, whatever it's in Peru.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They,
Yep.
sacrifice
Queen Wright did a
children.
video on that. Yep. He
Yeah, and they
covered
had
all of
that
it.
on the wall too, and I'm like, if they're not letting you
Mhm.
know who they are, I don't know how stupid the friends can be. I'm sorry, I don't
Yeah.
mean to call them that, but yeah, they are stupid.
It's just
Yeah,
the innocence,
even
they're
the
ignorant.
wallpaper in those cartoons at the Watchtower, Sophia cartoons. Just look at the various wallpaper that they have inside their house. You know.
Yeah.
They're all
the sun
symbols.
satin, yeah.
And
Well,
you
I
see
just
it,
wanted to show you. Oh, go ahead, Jimmy. Sorry.
and you see it through all the Disney movies too.
Oh yeah, that's.
I didn't know there was a connection.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what? What's in Disney movies?
Pedo symbols all over the place.
A lot of
Oh my God.
symbolism. And it's for kid movies. That's what makes me sick. You know what?
what's-
I'm no more Disney. No
That's
more
it.
Disney.
I
That's
took
dead.
it off my TV, Disney.
Also,
Yeah.
too, something I learned not too long ago. I used to live in the Philippines. I didn't know this, but a few years ago, I think it was before 2020 or before 2022. I don't know. Their consent laws in the Philippines, the youngest is 12, and I think
Oh
in
hell no.
I think in Nigeria it's 11.
Oh
Wow.
hell no.
So we got to think about that too, like
Right.
this is not too long ago where the laws has changed. Now that it's 2025,
Mhm.
the age of consent is 16 in the Philippines.
Oh, okay. A little bit better, but I needed like up more.
Yeah, yeah.
bit
That's
more.
true.
But people over there, their life is different over there because a lot of people
Mhm.
live in shacks or in poverty, and like you don't have a lot of like privacy.
Mhm.
And the bathrooms there, you don't give a shit about like peeing in the grass or whatever. Like they don't give a shit
Right.
like
Yeah. It's
over
a different
there.
culture. It's just yeah. Oh
But
my
that
god.
doesn't mean you should be
typical,
doing that stuff and abusing somebody. That doesn't mean anything, I'm just saying,
Right.
like, it's just I don't know. I don't my mind is I'm processing everything. Like I've watched Disney and
Yup. I've been there a few months ago. I was just like you, breaking my head on here with Jimmy and waking up to a lot of stuff. So I know exactly how you feel. But we gave a lot of black pills, right? This was all a lot of black pills that you had to
Well,
swallow.
have you ever watched Fantasia?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about it?
From what you know now, and you watch it again, it has a lot of symbolism in it that is either demonic or
Oh no.
There's
it's all there, and
Yeah.
all the fairies and flying around, and it's all that.
You remember the movie Rescuers?
No.
Yes.
The Disney movie Rescuers?
Oh, the cartoons.
Yeah, the cartoon.
Okay.
There's a clip in there still frame to where I think they're on a roller coaster or something.
Oh,
And
yes, yes. I've seen this. Yep.
in the background, you see a bare-chested woman.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a
Wow.
pornographic, but it's a split second. You could barely see it. Like
Yeah.
you would really have to go slide by second by millisecond to catch it.
But it's there.
Yeah, well, that's a subliminal image. Yeah.
Yep, subliminal images.
Okay, and I've seen that. I've seen it, but we just gave a lot of black pills. I want to give some white pills. Okay,
Yeah,
this is let's give a white pill. The first white pill I will give you is, if you haven't already seen that interview I had with Stephanie Carson, she had a lot of great resources and organizations that SaveTheChildren.org and things like that. A lot of good people out there and organizations that are doing something about it, because that was one of my main concerns. I was like, why isn't anybody doing something? The Sound of Freedom was another one, organizations that are rescuing children and things like that. And then the third white pill was about that website that they just took down on the dark web that Jimmy mentioned, and I did a video on my channel about that. Wow. And the fourth white pill that I'm going to give you is this video that I forgot to show you guys in the beginning of the month. This just happened in Florida. I'll read you the caption. It says, and this was posted on April 7th, 2025. It says, Florida authorities just busted an international child pornography ring with over 1 million videos of CSAM, including babies.
Wow.
8 people are charged. And this is what he says. If you are a child predator, if you are one of these sick people, then I hope you never see the sun again. Now, I don't know if this is the same website that Jimmy was talking about, but this is what I saw after that news came out. So I'm gonna play the video.
We'll be bringing charges against 8 individuals this morning, 7 of whom are Florida residents. As a dad of 3 little ones, it's tough to.
Can you turn it up, Ruby?
Stuff, but what these guys were doing.
So I do have my volume all the way up, but it's super low. I don't know why.
Yeah, we can't hear it.
Content that was on the video.
Wow. Okay, so the one time I have a white pill to show, it's not showing.
That's
right.
Wow.
You know, I know this is hopium, for some folks and everything, but I truly do believe that a lot of this stuff we're seeing about these websites coming down, these people being exposed, I do believe that these are all low level, mid to low level operatives that have been working all this time anyway. And I think that the reason that they're being exposed is because I do believe a lot of the ones that were the big wigs, I think they've already been dealt with. I think that there's been children that have been rescued, yes, from tunnels. I said it. Yeah, I mean, you look back during the COVID time, I think a lot of stuff went down during that time period. I don't think that the ships that were sent to New York and where was the other one? LA? Was it LA? Where were those ships sent? The Mercy and the Comfort.
Oh, I think it was another port on the East Coast. I remember they were cargo ships and they had children in them, didn't they? In the crates?
Yeah, so those ships were sent out. You had all those tents that were set up in Central Park. If you look at some of the pictures and stuff that from that time, you'll see boxes of diapers outside of those tents. What does that have to do with COVID?
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that there's been a lot going on that the public hasn't seen yet. And the only reason I can believe a lot of that stuff is because of pictures I've seen. And, there's been information that's come from the dark web that shows a lot of this stuff. And so you may not want to believe it. That's fine. But I think we're heading in a direction that's going to eradicate this.
Good.
And unfortunately, people are going to have to be woken up to it.
Yes.
Okay, so that video is not playing for me. So if anybody is interested in Florida, they did another bust. So definitely look into it, because when I saw that, it was around the same time that Jimmy talked about that dark website. And then this thing comes out in Florida. So I don't know if it's the same thing, but it made me feel a little like, is that a coincidence? I don't know, because I think that they're finding the users and they're rounding them up in the United States and around the world. But when you start hearing these news things that are happening in the States when it comes to this, I think it's directly linked to that dark website that they just took down.
And if you want another white pill, Ruby, go to the Department of Justice website and look at all the trafficking arrests that have been made since 2017.
Wow.
Oh, really?
It's all there. It's listed there. Thousands.
Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen. I didn't even think about that. Okay, so this is.
I would
Okay,
type
you guys
in.
just see it.
Okay.
Okay, now where do I go?
I don't even know where to go on. Let's see. Does it have a search bar?
Yeah, it does.
Put in trafficking, human trafficking arrest and see what comes up.
Oh man,
I just don't get it. Like there's a whole bunch of adults people could just make love to. Why are you touching a child?
I don't get it.
Yeah, I understand, but it's a sickness that they have or a corruption they have within themselves. Now, they're not humans; they're animals.
I can't
That's how you.
comprehend that.
Okay, so a bunch of stuff are coming up, but I'm gonna, I'm gonna play with this website now. Thank you, Jimmy. I am going to like mark this on my
And I'll see.
computer.
And if you'll remind me, remind me to find that information because I can give it to you guys. I know, we do this show live, and a lot of times we don't have stuff. I mean, I know I don't have my computer available to me or anything, but we can find this information to you. So if you want us to find something that we've talked about and we haven't shared it on the show, send me a message privately, and I'll look
I want
for
to
it.
see
And
the Disney things. I want to see the Disney cues because that was my childhood.
Oh yeah.
All right, so Ruby, go to X.
Okay.
And
Oh
look,
Lord.
I'm sorry. Okay, warning. If you have
but you did
sensitive
send me
eyes
something,
or
though.
whatever, you might want to turn away here in a little bit.
No, but didn't I play it for Poland last time? The Mickey Mouse with the cheese thing.
Yeah, we did the Mickey Mouse with the cheese thing. You didn't see
No,
that?
this is my
You don't
first time hearing this. What do you mean? I don't remember that.
All
Was I
right, show
there
her the Mickey
for it?
Mouse with cheese first. Show her that.
I don't think I was there.
No, I could have sworn Poland was there for that. No.
What?
Let's play that again. Mickey Mouse with the cheese.
Okay. Hold on. I'm looking for it.
And then we'll go to the next thing I was thinking about.
Oh my God! Did you DM it to me on X?
Oh my God, I don't even know where. You might. I don't know. Just
I think you
type
did because I played it live, right?
Yeah, just type it into X. Mickey Mouse making cheese.
Oh Lord!
Just the sounds of it.
I just started coming onto your guys' show, so.
True.
Sorry, Fallen. We should have warned you before you came on.
What about all this? It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about a lot of stuff.
They're gonna give us a warning next time.
I made a song. I made a song based off of this topic. I was abused when I was a little girl.
I know.
Yeah. And this is not even our time period. Like I think me and Fallen are in the same generation.
Is the old Mickey Mouse.
Exactly.
Old Mickey Mouse.
This is old.
Like in the 50s.
Okay, Fallen.
Wow.
All right, here we go.
Watch very carefully.
What am I looking at?
Mickey Mouse.
Okay, look at Mickey Mouse and look what he's doing.
I don't know. I can't. Oh, I see what he's doing. Doing something with cheese.
Why is he excited?
Do you see that? Do you see what he's?
Does he like his bum every time he
Yep, and he's putting holes in the cheese because he's poking it.
Oh, okay. I see.
Right. Now, I did not see that. I was shocked. I was horrified.
No, you wouldn't catch this if you didn't look really.
No.
Am I seeing this? Are you sure this is what they were playing? Like,
yes, 100%.
Yep.
Oh yeah, remember
this
they
is
had
real.
Betty Boop on the back of the Playboy magazines, and that was a risque thing for kids. The cartoon Betty Boop on the back of the Playboy magazines.
Oh yeah, that's inappropriate. I totally agree with you.
Now, Ruby, go to X and put in pedo symbols in Disney shows or Disney movies?
Oh, okay, okay. And I also have another Mickey we gotta show that's sick.
And
You
someone
did
said
send that to me.
Moana. That's like the most recent one. So if there is one in
Moana.
Moana, I'm very disappointed. I saw
What's
a
that?
comment in the video right now. Somebody said Moana.
Okay, hold on, Jimmy. What was the phrase you said to
Just
search?
look up pedo symbols in Disney movies.
Okay, pedo symbols in Disney movies. Oh Lord, my algorithm is gonna be so messed up now.
But this is so fucking disappointing.
Okay, there's a clip here. Maybe we can play that.
This is so. I'm fucking disappointed in whoever.
I
made
know.
it.
I know.
We need to talk
really
about
cute
pedophile
thing.
symbols in children's movies and books for a second. So these are symbols that the FBI in the past has claimed that
that's the
pedophiles
one I
use to
saw.
communicate with each other. This is a known thing, and there are actually people who belong to these groups who have come out and stated that, yes, these groups do align with these symbols. So take a good look, especially up here to the left. So these are some screenshots from the children's film Alina of Avalor. Do you notice any symbols right here on one of the characters? Well, some of the other symbols from that sheet are found on another one of the characters in the film. Then there's the movie The Mighty Ducks, where one of the characters' helmets not only has one of those symbols, it actually has both of them. Same character, same helmet. I mean, that's pretty strange, right? There's also the film The Flight of the Navigator, where you can clearly see this same symbol being used again and again throughout the film. And these same symbols can also be found on diapers. You can see them clearly right there. On CDs that are clearly produced for and marketed towards children. Interactive books made for children like these. And they can even be observed as far back as in Pinocchio. So what do you think? Is this all just one big coincidence? Are these commonly used symbols? Or are these symbols seen in children's films and media for a reason? I don't know. Maybe it was an animator that had certain proclivities themselves that wanted to brag to people that would recognize this, that they had gotten away with getting a job working near children. Or maybe it's all just a coincidence.
No coincidences. Those are all the same symbols I looked up on the FBI, and those symbols are all used with Sophia and Caleb's videos. Every
Yes.
one of them they use.
Yeah, Quinn Wright. For those that know
I
him,
saw that.
Quinn's done a lot of videos exposing the symbolism that Watchtower uses that promotes pedophilia.
Well, I knew this before Quinn even came out with his deconstructing videos, because the butterfly bothered me for some reason, because I kept seeing it I'm like, what's with the butterfly? So I looked it up 2 years ago and I saw it. So
Yeah. Was there a video that was specifically geared towards Disney on that one, Ruby?
It was that cartoon that he showed, because they're showing you more clips of that. I'm scrolling through it. There's lots of videos. There's lots of videos here.
That's scary. This is like it's a horror movie.
Yeah.
We need to find one and play another one. Warning.
Another one. Okay.
That has like more Disney stuff in it.
More Disney. Let me see.
Sorry, Fallen.
I need to face the truth. I mean, fear is either you run from it or you rise from it, and this is the fear that. This is the fear. It's like, wow, I can't. It's a lot. I can't believe this.
Okay, well, yeah. So trigger warning. Another reference to the panda eyes and the Kung Fu Panda, and just like other pictures of people holding a panda or something like that with these Hollywood actors.
They made a big deal about Kung Fu Panda.
Oh yeah, that's right, they did.
Mm-hmm. And who was the main character? Main character was Jack. He the voice Jack Black.
Jack Black.
Yeah. Right here.
He got crazy.
Yep. And then the Pinocchio one. This one gets me, man. This.
Yeah, play that one. Play that one.
This will wreck your childhood. All right. Sorry, black pill incoming.
Okay. So before it starts, Fallen. When you hear
This is 1940.
Yeah.
Think about Epstein Island as you're listening to this.
Yep.
Okay, I'm a press play.
Grooming.
How would you
blokes like to make some real money. Well, and who do we have to, No, nothing like that. You see? I'm collecting stupid little boys. Stupid little boys? You know, the disobedient ones what play hooky from school. Oh. And you see... Yes. And I takes them to Pleasure Island. Ah, Pleasure Island. Pleasure Island? But the law. Suppose they... No. There's no risk. They never come back as boys.
That's
Anyway.
wow. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yup, I know. I was sick because I was watching Disney movies, right? Because I never was allowed to watch them. So I watched Pinocchio, and I started it off like really happy. Oh, I'm watching Pinocchio, magic. And then I got to that part, and I was like, "What the heck?" Like my stomach started turning at that point because the whole plot of the whole movie is them basically kidnapping Pinocchio and taking him to Pleasure Island. And when he says they never come back as boys, is because, they're insinuating after they're abused, they come back traumatized, like they're never the same. And when they do come back, they show them turning into donkeys, like turning into an animal. They turn into something other than human when they're brought back. That's if they're even brought back. It's nasty. Yeah, it's
so
crazy.
Scary.
I know, it's really scary. I know, man. I'm like, yo, if I would have known this, I probably would have never had kids. And now I understand why people don't have kids when they are awake to the world this way. Because if I was, I would have never had kids. I would be too scared. Like I would I can't bring a kid into this kind of a world. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
I guess what I want to tell everybody right now. I mean, we've been on this subject for a while, and I know it's disheartening. I know people don't want to believe it, but I'm telling you guys, seriously, do the research on this stuff and get to a point to where you can talk about it and you can share this information, because people need to know this stuff. The people you do business with, the people you run across on a daily basis, half these folks don't even know this stuff because they're still stuck in the matrix, chasing the almighty dollar.
Exactly. Yeah.
And if we don't, and this is why I've been so passionate about doing what I do since 2020, is because I'm trying, and I know it's tough. I know it sucks, but I'll put it out there. I'll say what needs to be said, because I'm trying to wake people up.
Have you ever heard of the organization called MAMBLA?
Yeah.
Before I worked with the adults that was sexually abused, there was a case in Boston. It got national attention. Giuffre Corey, I believe was his last name. It was adorable. He was riding his bike, and two homosexual rapists grabbed him off his bike. They sodomized him and raped him, and they stuffed him in a bin, and then they found his body. Thankfully, they both got caught and went to prison, but they linked him to a website called Mambla. I don't know if it still exists, but I know that Jeffrey's dad was campaigning, but I don't know what would have happened to him against pedophiles. I don't know what happened to him, but everyone was listening to him. Then all of a sudden, it stopped. But I don't know if the organization still exists. It's called Mambla, MAMBLA, Mambla. It's a website, and I was shocked at the people on that like boys.
Yeah.
Little boys.
I think BLA, if I'm correct, I'm not sure. I think it's called Boy Lover Association or something like that.
Well, they may be shot in the name.
I could be wrong on
It
that.
used to be Mambla. I don't know what it represents now.
You want to
Yeah,
do a
but
search?
that's what I'm saying. Like the FBI should be on top of that. Like, isn't that their job?
Well,
Yeah, it was
yeah,
an
it technically
horrible
is if they're not being controlled at the top.
I think
Yeah.
one of them was murdered in prison while he was in there, which was good. One of the guys.
See, what folks don't understand is our institutions, our justice systems, from federal down to state, the deep state has come in and infiltrated at all levels, just so they could protect
Those people, right?
what's been going on. And this is
Right.
why this is why I know folks are, where's the arrest and everything? Well, you can't bring justice if you have a corrupt justice system. So
Okay.
these judges have got to go in, not just the federal, and wait until you hear about some individuals on the Supreme Court.
Oh, can we talk about that?
John Roberts.
Yeah.
Thrifty just mentioned the name. I thought it was on M. He put North American Man Boy Love Association.
There you go. There you go. That's
crazy.
Thanks, Thrifty.
Thank you, Thrifty.
Wow.
Hey, can
Not
somebody look up
sure.
the Colorado Atlanta Brave score for me, please?
So can you enlighten me, Jimmy, on what you just said about the Supreme Court justice? What about that?
Yeah, I'd like to hear this.
Allegedly, John Roberts is involved in pedophilia yeah, and allegedly Amy Coney Barrett is not who she says she is.
What do you mean by that?
I don't want to say anything that you know my trolls will get a hold of and put out there. So, because I do know they do watch the program. Let's just say there's going to be information that comes out about some Supreme Court justices that are attached to pedophilia and trafficking.
Gee, there's no end to it. The list goes on and on.
Can you take a Supreme Judge off?
The military can.
Well,
really?
He could be impeached. He can be impeached.
Yeah, the military can take them out.
Ah, okay. So Julian is asking, how can he confirm about Roberts?
I'll get with him. Julian, I'll get with you. Get with me in Facebook Messenger, and I'll send you some information that I have.
Slide into his DMs, Julian.
They slide into my DMs, and I'll send it to you.
Okay, that's interesting. So is that the only other time that the military will get involved?
The military will get involved when there's treason, sedition, basically treason and sedition.
Well, Jimmy, we've seen countless times.
And crimes against humanity.
But we've seen that, and I have not seen the military go up into Washington D.C. and drag people out.
Publicly, you haven't seen it.
Martial law too.
Okay, but why can't we see that publicly? I'm sorry, but why are we not a society that can handle that?
We're not. People lose their minds. People are losing their minds over an immigrant who illegally went into the country.
But
they've
those are
lost their minds
normies.
over that. Could you imagine if we took it to a bigger level?
Okay, hold on.
Protest this weekend about him.
And they have every right to do that, right? But are we not a civilized enough society with guns that can handle the military doing their job?
The majority of us, I would say, yes, we could handle. The ones that are fully awake to all this stuff, yeah, I'm like, do this stuff a year ago.
But wouldn't a majority of America be okay with the military taking out treasonous people in government?
They would if they have the proof. That's what everybody wants. They want proof. And that stuff's got. I mean, look, we are just finding out the truth about JFK assassination.
Right.
Well, no. Hold up. We kind of knew that already. We kind of knew that.
Yes. So now, if they brought, just for example, if they brought out charges against somebody involved in the JFK assassination, we'd be like, hell yeah, he did that because of this, this, and this, and this. That's where we got to get with some of these people. And what we're seeing is a slow drip of information. Again, 5 years ago, we weren't talking about this stuff, but now we are.
Mm-hmm.
And so as we continue to talk about this stuff and as more evidence drips out, it's going to create a narrative and people are going to be like, oh my God, who's involved in this? And where's that evidence? And so when that evidence comes out that who's involved in this stuff, they'll be like, yeah, they need to be rounded up.
Okay, and what if they don't? Because literally Joe Biden had enough evidence out there about the whole diary with his daughter and they still voted him in.
Exactly. That's why you got to wake these other people up too. Uniting America is not just waking up the Republican side or the way. You got to get everybody. You got to get the majority of the people.
But again, it's to my point that they knew about it. They still voted the guy in. So why wouldn't the military do what they have to do, regardless of whether the people agree with it or not?
Well, again, like I said, I think some things have already been done behind the scenes.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna have to be satisfied with that because it bothers me. It bothers me because everybody knew that about Biden. They still voted him in, and the people on the other side are gonna say the same thing about Trump, and they're gonna say the same thing about us. But
Ruby,
there's a difference between facts.
I've got people on my face. I got a certain individual on my Facebook page that believes that the deep state is just conspiracy, fake? That it's fake.
Wow. Do they ever give a reason? Have you ever heard of a good reason?
No. They say that globalists don't exist.
Really?
They say that the New World Order is just a conspiracy. So you got people out there that still believe the lies that they've been told.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
That's why I know sometimes I get very animate. Especially on my Facebook page or my Twitter page. I just put it out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes I do too.
Because
I get spicy.
You folks have got to understand this is more than just Trump showing up in a blue suit at a funeral.
Yeah, but not everybody's going to agree with you. You know, you're always going to have some that don't agree.
And see, now I don't care about that. I mean, you can disagree. You can disagree with me all you want. I don't care.
Right. No, I know you don't care, but that's what happens. You're not going to make everybody happy.
Well, it's just trying to wake up a Jehovah's Witness from their cult.
Yep.
They've been in there before 1975, and they're still in there.
Yep.
And they will not change. They will still be BS.
I mean, let's look at the example we have here with Fallen.
Mm-hmm.
Fallen had no clue about this Disney stuff.
Mm-hmm. I know.
No, I didn't. I didn't have any clue about it.
Now, Fallen will take that information, go look it up on her own, and verify it for herself. And then once she does that, she's going to be like, oh my God, hey, my friends, my followers, did y'all know this stuff?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's how we win the information war.
Yeah. That's why I started this too. Is because I knew a lot. Like I kind of woke up to a lot, and I'm like, I need to talk about this. Like, if pushes you to do something.
Yeah,
you're sharing information, and it's all about networking and sharing information, whether you agree with it or not. But you're still getting the word out. And it's a networking site, which is good, really, and can be educational at times.
Yep.
Oh yeah, totally. So let me ask you, Jimmy. So those judges, I'm gonna move on to this subject now. The judges getting arrested. That really blew my mind because I was thinking, how does a judge get arrested? Like, isn't the judge the one doing that? Like, putting people in jail, right? So why would you risk your career? The many years it takes to become a judge, a lawyer. You know what I mean? You work your way up and you have a career like that. Why would you throw it all away over an immigration thing?
Follow the U.S. Constitution. That's what she did. Why would she?
Here's why.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. If Trump can get arrested, anybody can get arrested. That's what he kept saying.
Again, like the Democrats said, no one is above the law. That's why I put up the meme of all them people at a gambling machine doing this, because it's the Democrats deleting all their tweets and Facebook posts about being above no one's above the law.
Mm-hmm.
And so when judges do
Or
stuff that are
process.
treason or seditionists, yeah, they can be arrested. Why they would do this? Why would they throw away their careers and all that? Okay, well, we don't know what kind of blackmail they have on this certain judge, the deep state. So they are compelled to do whatever their puppet master says that they need to do.
And they were untouchable at the time when Biden was in.
Exactly. They think they're still in control, but
Right.
they're finding out that they're not. And there's always money involved. I mean, look at freaking AOC. How is she worth millions of dollars on a $174,000 salary in less than 6 years?
But what would give them the impression that they're still untouchable?
False. The deep state saying, "Hey, we'll get through this. We'll get rid of Trump. We'll stop this stuff."
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well,
So they're in denial.
And,
pretty much.
That we know of.
I mean, we have recordings of Lisa Page and what is the lovers, the two lovers, Lisa Page. Oh, dude, what's that dude's name? She was saying, she was basically saying, Trump's not going to become president, is he? And he goes, yeah, that's not going to happen. We've made sure that that's not going to happen. Peter Strzok.
I don't know.
Yeah,
and you're going to hear more information about the Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, Russia stuff. That stuff's coming out too.
Okay.
Welcome to the stage.
Hi, Jesse.
Hi, Jesse.
Jesse.
Oh, Jesse.
Hey, you know what? I just wanted to share one thing. I won't take much of your time. I just wanted to throw one point about what Jimmy was saying about, we have conspiracy theories, and you have to, we're wrong and we're right. And a lot of people say, even if you're right, 10% of the time is so scary, but you have to back it up. So a lot of times when I do research, like I like to fight with Grok or AI and argue my points. And something you have to tell people, like today I was arguing with Grok about Richard Milhous Nixon. And when we were talking about it, he said that Richard Milhous was a separating person, or a very what did he say? Not like a bringing people together, but a very divisive figure in American politics. And I disagreed with it, and I showed him some facts. I go, look, Grok, I can't believe you're artificial intelligence because you're not too bright. And I told him just like that, because you don't remember 1968 election. I remember, I was alive. 1972, he won 49 states out of 50. He was not a divisive figure. You guys in the deep state took him out. And I named Dan Rather of CBS News and the two guys in the New York Slimes. And then it came back and it goes, yeah, I acknowledge it. So sometimes people say lies, and you have to defend your position with facts. Like when they called Nixon a divisive figure, no, he wasn't.
No,
he won
wasn't.
49 out of 50 states. He was a beloved individual.
He did say the media was against him. I heard Nixon say, I watched a video of his about 3 weeks ago, and he did say that the media got rid of him.
Yeah, I remember when I was a little kid watching the nightly news. I remember Dan Rather standing up and getting a standing ovation in the White House where Trump is today. And he got a standing ovation, Dan Rather, the CBS News. And then Nixon told him, hey, young man, you're real popular. Are you running for something? And he goes, no, Mr. President. Are you?
Wow.
I mean, these people held the president in contempt, kind of like Terry Moran today interviewing President Trump. Same way. You could see the babas of the lips.
I saw it.
You could see the drool of the contempt. So sometimes when we have a conspiracy theory, we have to do the research, back it up, and then say something. And, we could be corrected on the issue, but it's good
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Very good, Jesse.
That's all I wanted to share. That's all. That's the only point.
Well,
Everything else.
Thank you.
You guys have been doing a great job. I just wanted to share that about when we have a conspiracy theory, back it up with facts and hit them.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll shut up now. I'll mute myself.
Wow. Thank you, Jesus Milhous Nixon.
Oh my God.
I think you pretty much back everything up you guys say.
Yeah,
That's
well, yeah,
that's
50
me.
50
That's
because
him. Okay.
I never do, but Jimmy does, like.
Jimmy does. Yeah, he usually backs up what he says. He's always posting what he's, it's not from him, it's what he's posting. So, he backs up pretty much everything.
Yes.
I
Okay.
try
Wow.
to.
Thank you for that.
I try to because I know people are looking at my stuff, and I know they're criticizing me, and I know I have the trolls and the haters. They show themselves every.
I love reading what some people have to say.
Yeah, so I try to make sure that I put at least something of value in what I say. Now there will be times that I'll say stuff that I'm like, I'm not sure about this. I'm speculating. I try to make sure that I preface whatever comment I'm saying with that. I'm like, I'm speculating right now. I'm not sure, but this is what I see. And the reason I say it that way is because of different patterns and stuff, like with different patterns I see. Jesse just said, and Gail said that Nixon said the media was after him. Trump comes out and calls them the fake news right from the beginning. And he got lambasted for that. But we have learned since then. What have we learned about the media since 2016? That they're corrupt. And they lie.
Yeah, it is fake news.
And they've been allowed to do it by the infiltrators of the deep state that have gotten to these positions. Barack Obama overturning the Smith-Mundt Act, allowing news organizations to propagandize Americans.
It's so true.
Yep. And this is crazy. I mean, if anybody has seen the news with these judges, they were harboring gang members
at
their home.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
This latest one, they were supposed to be in the court. They were getting ready to do a hearing. The victims were there present, waiting for this dude to come in. And the judge snuck this guy out through another door, another hallway or whatever, and to where this particular door is only the place where jurors are supposed to come through.
Unbelievable.
But they snuck him out, and when he got on the outside, he tried to run away, but ICE caught him. The judge was allowing that to happen.
Wow.
Hey, Jimmy, can I ask you a question? This is going to be deep.
That was Milwaukee.
This is going to be like 250 years deep. In the Federalist Papers, and especially I think it was Federalist 78, I believe, when Hamilton is writing in the New York newspapers for the American Constitution. And the Americans are naturally weary of a power because power is force. And one of the things our founding fathers were afraid of was a very, very powerful an unaccountable judicial branch.
Yeah.
And so in a way, it's kind of beautiful. This is beautiful. This is like Tom Cruise in Taps. It's beautiful, man. Right before he gets blown out of the air. Because it's beautiful because we're witnessing history.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Hamilton advocated for a powerful, co-equal branch of government, the judicial, in the Federalist Papers. But our American fathers were skeptical of that. And so we're seeing it come true with the cases that you're talking about, the judge helping. They really think these judges, not in a federal level, but in a smaller court, they think they're equal to the executive branch of government. So it's beautiful that it has to play out this. They have no modesty. They have absolutely no modesty as an American citizen, no self-awareness of where they are in the Constitution. So that's why I say it's beautiful.
These district judges have no constitutional standing in telling the executive branch what to do.
In their brain, they do. In their brain, they do.
Wow. So that was in New Mexico and Milwaukee, right?
Yeah.
They're not right in the head.
And I'm telling you, y'all can mark it down. You're going to see more judges arrested.
Good.
I'm here for it. I am here for it. We'll talk about it. We will cover it because those two judges, that threw me for a loop. Like I'm only 28. I'm going to be 29 in May. And I have never really seen on the news like that, a judge getting arrested. And for that type of crime, you know what I'm saying? Like, what? I have never seen that.
This is This is why I said last
Do you
week.
see why the argument was? Ruby, do you see why the argument was with the founding of our country? It's starting to play out in real life. The judges are not accountable to nobody. They're not elected. Like a sheriff. The sheriff in your county is accountable. The police chief is not. And neither are these judges that Jimmy's talking about. So it's a chink in our armor.
Get your bayonets and muskets ready.
No, it's something we have to clean up as a constitution. It's something that we have to head on. Yeah.
Right. Go ahead, Jimmy.
I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that was one thing that I was like, oh my God, we need to talk about that. But then the next thing I was like, I have like 2 clips that I wanted to cover about the birth certificate fraud. And I don't know if anybody really knows about that. And I never really thought about it either until I think Jimmy either shared something or mentioned it. But I do know that he knows about this.
Why does it always come back to me?
Yeah. Yeah.
You find all this stuff.
Yeah, and then he shares it, and then my algorithm is already a mess. Like you already know.
You're a research scientist.
Yep. And then I see stuff like this on X, and I'm like,
what's this about?
Very interesting. This is a meme, and it says it's time to end the birth certificate fraud.
Oh, you mean to tell me I wasn't born in 1950? Just kidding.
Are you gonna play it?
Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna play 2 clips that will kind of explain it, and then I'll let Jimmy go off.
Oh no.
Okay. Watch.
Certificate makes you commercial product. Where your parents signed the birth certificate, it doesn't say parent, it says informant. But look on the other side, and you will see the whole birth certificate it's on stationery, which is security paper. It's on bank security paper. It's got the little design all around it. So it's a security on the stock exchange. But on the bottom, on the left-hand side, on the bottom, it's printed. It will tell you that this birth certificate is the property of the Department of Commerce. Your mother gave birth to you. She was in labor. She built you in labor, and then you came out of your mother's water, so you are a maritime admiralty product, just like the TV that came from Japan came in on water. That's why if you're going to be born again, you have to go out and be dumped into the water and be born again, because you came out of your mother's water.
If you want to understand it, to see how they enslaved us, this ebook will literally unveil for you everything you need to know. Age of belief is over. Age of knowing has begun.
Okay, so that's one clip. Now let me show you the next clip. Okay, right here. Whoops.
You are a slave. When you are born, you get a birth certificate. When a ship pulls up to its bay on water, it's called the birth canal. When it pulls up, it gets a certificate of manifest certifying all the products on the ship. When you are born on water through the birth canal, you get a certificate of manifest. This is because you are now a product and you showed up on water, and this represents your cooperation. This is why when you die, you're called a corpse. So when you get a letter and your name is in full capital letters, this is not you. This represents the cooperation that you have agreed to identify with. You can't tax a physical body, but you can tax a cooperation. When we are born into a copyrighted timeline created by Pope Gregory. Therefore, on paper, we are owned by the Vatican because our names, our corporations, are assigned to a copyrighted timeline. You're an electromagnetic battery. This is why you get charged in a court. And when you get charged, you sit in a cell, a battery cell. This is why cities look like motherboards, because we have produced electricity. A city is electricity. Do you understand is a trick question. When a law enforcement asks you this actually means, do you stand under the law? Not if you understand something. The English language is used against you so that you submit yourself to the law. If you like Star Wars, you literally have no life. Give me a follow.
Oh, brother.
All right. So now, before we go into discussion, Ruby, look up, what year did birth certificates start?
Okay. What year did birth? Oh, yeah. Certificates begin. Okay, let's see. 19. Okay, hold on. So record keeping started in 1853, and that was the UK, it says here. But then it says the US established a permanent agency and standard registration system for birth certificates through the 1902 Act of Congress.
Okay. 30 years after we were sold as a corporation to the British Crown.
Mm-hmm.
So this certificate was done under the deep state's rule. And this was a way to, we are used, our is used as property. This is what they use to try to back up their debt with other countries. It's a very, if I knew we were going to go deep into this, I would have done a little bit more research to present to you guys this stuff. This is an important issue, so I will do a little bit more deep diving on this to bring it back up to make it make sense to everybody, because it's very difficult to understand. But we are corporations, and our birth certificates are sold in trusts to other countries. So when they say that we're nothing but cattle, that's how we are being bought, sold, loaned out, whatever you like, cattle.
I actually do have another clip that explains a little bit more about that, and I am gonna say before we go into it, I did not confirm this, but supposedly this was in one of the diaries or writings of a president. I think it was Woodrow Wilson when the birth certificate.
He was in.
Yeah. Okay.
He was our first progressive liberal president.
Jerk.
He was evil.
Okay, so I'll let you guys listen to this clip. I have not confirmed it, so you guys let me know maybe in the future if you do your research. But this is what I found on X. Very interesting.
Right now, I'm going to just read a quote from Edward Mendell House and what he had to say in a private meeting with Woodrow Wilson, president between 1913 and 1921, from the private papers of Woodrow Wilson. Quote, "Very soon, every American will be required to register their biological property in a national system designed to keep track of the people, and that will operate under the ancient system of pledging. By such methodology, we can compel people to submit to our agenda, which will affect our security as chargeback for our fiat paper currency. Every American will be forced to register or suffer not being able to work and earn a living. They will be our chattel, and we will hold the security interest over them forever by operation of law merchant under the scheme of secured transactions. Americans, by unknowingly or unwittingly delivered the bills of lading to us, will be rendered bankrupt and insolvent, forever to remain economic slaves through taxation secured by their pledges. They will be stripped of their rights and given commercial value, designated to keep us a profit that will be none the wiser. For not one man in a million could ever figure out our plans, and if by accident one or two would figure it out, we have in our arsenal plausible deniability. After all, this is the only logical way to fund government, by floating liens and debt to the registrants in the form of benefits and pledges. This will inevitably reap.
That was awesome.
I saw that and I was like, what?
100% fact.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, a lot of people believe that fascism started around that time, that dynamic started, and it wasn't invented by the Germans or the Italians, Mussolini or Hitler or his men, but was copied by some people in the western side of the Atlantic. And Woodrow Wilson being one, like Jimmy talked about, a progressive, Harry Truman. I mean, not Harry Truman, but Franklin Delano Roosevelt and others. And do you remember in our religion, Brother Rutherford went up against this individual, because he was siding mostly with German policy than American, and they saw it as treasonous sedition in 1917 against the United States government, and they threw the Jehovah's Witnesses in jail. And it was all over our books when we were little kids. We used to study this all the time. But this was a very progressive. They were starting wars with every freedom lover across the spectrum in the United States.
Yeah. And there was a website when I first woke up to the political side of things. There was another guy I was talking with, and he shared a website with me, which has since been pulled down because everybody started talking about it and looking at it. But you could actually put in your social security number, and you could see throughout the world all these different countries, and they had addresses that would show that they are buying and selling your social security number. And it showed you, and it showed you the amount of what you were worth and how many different companies were doing it. In my name, there was over 683 different corporations, individuals, or whatever that were buying and selling my social security number. And the worth was like over $680,000.
Damn.
Now there were others
priceless, bro.
There were others that were higher. There was others that were lower. I put in my wife's social security number. That information came up. And I reached out to him probably about 3 months ago to ask him about that. But he said, Jimmy, they've done taking down that website. You can't access it now.
Yep.
So
too many people were finding out about it.
Yeah.
You're priceless, Jimmy.
Huh?
You're priceless.
Did you guys notice that in the videos that Ruby played, the two beautiful videos, Ruby, the use of the English language was key in this. The use of the English language. And you know, the reason I'm obsessed with it, I love the English language, is because English is my second language. I speak, and mentally I must think in Spanish or the Latin derivative. And so a lot of times I don't believe, because I always refer to the Spanish word, like corporation. I'll refer to corporación, cuerpo. So I looked up while he was speaking the word cuerpo. It had its roots in Spanish around 1600. But the word corporation has its roots in the Franco-English language, probably about 1100. So it's older than the Spanish term, and it comes from the Latin term, English. Language is everything, key. And that's what the videos were showing us. And sometimes it doesn't check out in every language. Let me give you an example. The word freedom. Do you know why the immigration is such a big deal and it's so hard to assimilate? How do you say libertad in English? Does anybody know how to say libertad in English?
No.
Liberated?
Liberty.
Liberty? Yeah.
Liberty.
Okay.
Now, how do you say dog in Spanish? Does anybody know how to say dog in Spanish?
Perro.
Yeah,
so
perro.
Words translate, but look at this one. How do you say freedom in Spanish?
I don't know how you say it.
You can't. The word does not translate into English. It is unique to our
Really?
English. Yes. Freedom in Spanish would be el dominio del libre, the land of the free. But there's not one word in Spanish specific for freedom. And that's what I'm telling you. And the video, if you go back and listen to the video you played, it talks about the key, how our English was structured for freedom. But it could also be used for tyranny. And our founding fathers kept telling that over and over and over. Like Washington, when he warned us against entangling alliances. Like Eisenhower, when he told us about the what's it called in his goodbye address, when he talked about the
industrial complex.
Military industrial complex.
So our fathers and brothers before us warned us that freedom is good, it's powerful, but it's also a tyrannical spirit. If used wrong, it's very dangerous.
One of the other things I picked up in that video was it said that no one will be able to understand our scheme or what we're doing. But if it just so happens that one or two people figure this out, we have an arsenal. It said it in the video. We have an arsenal basically to get rid of that person. And where did we hear that here just recently? You had Chuck Schumer say something to that effect towards Donald Trump when he said, "Oh, if Trump keeps doing this, he doesn't understand that our intelligence agencies have 6 ways of Sunday to get at you." Look that up. Look that video up.
Yeah, that's a very common.
Play that. Chuck Schumer says 6 ways to Sunday.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up on X.
Yeah, he was being interviewed when he said it.
Yeah, here's us trying to back up what we say.
You're right, Gil. He was. I think it was in a Sunday show, huh?
Yeah, it was in a Sunday show. I can't remember when it was though,
6
but
ways to Sunday, he said. So.
He also did it in front of a Supreme Court, just about.
Around
yeah, maybe it was Brett Kavanaugh. I can't remember. It was Brett Kavanaugh.
This was posted in 2024.
Okay.
Scare quotes there. The intelligence briefing on so-called Russian hacking was delayed until Friday. Perhaps more time needed to build a case. Very strange. We're actually told, intelligence sources tell NBC News since this tweet has been posted, that actually this intelligence briefing for the president-elect was always planned for Friday. It hasn't been delayed. But he's taking these shots, this antagonism, this taunting to the intelligence community.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you. Even for a practical, supposedly hard-nosed businessman, he's being really dumb to do this.
What do you think the intelligence community would do if they were motivated?
I don't know,
to?
but from what I am told, they are very upset with how he has treated them and talked about them. And we need the intelligence community. We don't know what's going. Look at the Russian hacking. Without the intelligence community, we wouldn't have discovered it.
Scare quotes there.
Yeah, which didn't turned out to be fake, phony, and false anyway.
He's a liar.
Yo, but who
did they just get rid of MSNBC? Excuse me, didn't they just get rid of MSNBC just the other day? They canned it. Did anybody hear that?
Out of the press pool?
Yeah, they got rid of I think Comcast got rid of them.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. I haven't heard that.
Yeah, I saw it on my YouTube channel the other day. Sorry to interrupt.
Interesting.
Wasn't it CNN?
I heard Scott Pelley was fired from,
Who?
BBC or CBS. Scott Pelley of that's that 60 Minutes program. Yeah.
Oh yeah. We talked about that in the news blast. We said a 60 Minutes person.
Yeah, he still wanted to,
The one that was interviewing Kamala? That interview on 60 Minutes? Because he got caught. No, because he changed her conversation to fit the agenda. Is that the one you're talking about? With
it says 60 Minutes producer leaves show citing a loss of journalistic independence. So but no, go back, Ruby. What were you going to say about Schumer and what he said?
Yeah, hold up, cause I'm confused. Who he think he talking to? Number one. Like
that.
Did you see his face? Like his eyes?
Yeah.
Like who? What? Excuse me? Like you talking about Trump? And was Trump president during that time?
No, not yet.
Yes, it was when he
Wait
said
a minute,
that.
was
Yes.
he? I think he just got appointed.
I can't remember when that video was.
I think it was 2017, 2016 during the Kavanaugh or Gorsuch nominations.
No, it said 2024 on the bottom. If
Yes,
you
that's
go
when-
back to it, it says 2024 on the clip.
Yeah, but I think that's when that was posted.
That's when it was posted, not when it happened.
Okay, I'm gonna have to check that because I was watching that and I'm like, yo, who he think he talking to? Like, why they talk like this? Like,
But-
what is it?
It's their playbook. This is their intimidation playbook. I mean, go back to what we saw with the Woodrow Wilson clip.
Right.
They said we have an arsenal to go after somebody.
Yeah, but
And-
he's the president. That's different. You know what I'm saying?
But
Like the
you know
president
what?
that he wrote that
You gotta
supposedly.
remember,
But
our
they did it to JFK.
Yes.
Yeah, they did.
Our journalism today is part of the Democratic Party. If you have the courage to believe that, that it is a wing. For example, what's the military wing of the Democratic Party? What was it? The KKK. The propaganda wing of the Democratic Party is our media, our news media, our journalism
Correct.
schools.
That's true.
So, like, for instance, remember when Barack Obama was president? Mr. President, what do you find so endearing about it? And they were making journalistic love, sweet, horny love with him. And if you go back and watch the JFK interviews, the way they made love to John F. Kennedy, they held him in deep. And look at the way they held every Republican since Abraham Lincoln. The things they said about Abraham Lincoln, the things they said about Grant, every Republican since Abraham Lincoln, they treated like the worst form of human debris.
Wow.
I tell you what, Ruby, this might be a good time to go into that video that I sent you on Messenger that I said we need to play this night because it's a history lesson. And it will tie in to what we're discussing now with birth certificates, intimidation, control of the money. This clip is really, I can't remember exactly how long it is. I think it's like 5 minutes, but it's really good. And I hope it'll play and be loud enough.
Yeah, I want to
Okay. Okay, I got it. All right. So we are on Facebook.
That one. Yeah.
Does that say Rothschilds on there?
Yeah, and I'm hoping that it'll be big enough where people can, because you have to read these things right here. So, Ruby, we might have to like pause and read those things as they go so people can see it.
Yeah, I can't. I know
Can someone
Rothschilds.
read it out loud?
Yeah, please.
Okay, let's see if I can zoom.
Oh,
that's
better.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah,
But what does
Rothschild
this
and the
say?
USA Corporation, when they set up a central bank in the USA called the First Bank of the United States, this is established with a 20-year charter.
Hit pause for a second, Ruby.
Okay.
Folks in the comments, can you guys see what's being said there? I want to make sure folks get this information. And I wish it was bigger enough to where I could just go read it out to you.
Yeah, I have to
think I can zoom
I
bigger.
I can see it now.
Okay. I zoomed much more now.
Yeah,
Just
go
in
back
case.
and go back to the one that was kind of faint, the previous slide.
Okay.
We're gonna have to
I don't
get
think
back.
Yeah, I don't think this type of
Just close
Yeah.
it out. Close it out and start over. Sorry.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, got it from the beginning. And I'll zoom in. Okay, 1791. The Rothschilds get control of a nation's money. Through Alexander Hamilton, their agent in George Washington's cabinet. When they set up a central bank in the USA called the First Bank of the United States, this is established with a 20-year charter. Oh, wow.
This is very important, guys.
Okay, 1811. The charter for the Rothschilds Bank of the United States runs out and Congress votes against its renewal. Nathan Mayer Rothschild is not amused and he states, either the application for the renewal of the charter is granted or the United States will find itself involved. Oh, I went too fast. Involved in a war, it said, I think.
Yeah. What did it say?
However, the United States stands firm and the charter is not renewed.
And so the Civil War came up.
Which causes Nathan Mayer Rothschild to issue another threat. Okay. And then it says, teach those impudent Americans a lesson.
Wow.
Bring them back to colonial status.
Under European rule.
1812, backed by the Rothschild money and Nathan Mayer Rothschild's orders, the British declare war on the United States.
Well, that's interesting.
What?
So yeah, let's pause right there. Just hang on a second. So a lot of people they couldn't tell you crap about the War of 1812.
I agree.
The War of 1812 is exactly what it just said there. The Rothschild London banking, they were pissed because they lost control of the American money supply. And because of that, they started a war with the United States. And that's when they burned down the White House and all that.
Yes.
Yeah. So that was the reason why the War of 1812 happened. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, wait. Okay, what is the official narrative that the 1812? My brain is like
I just know
blanking
it's
out.
the War of 1812, but I forgot who it was with.
In
the War of 1812 was with
British and the Battle of New Orleans.
Oh, that's right.
In school, they told us in 1814 took a little trip along Colonel Jackson down the mighty Mississippi. Oh, we fired our guns and the British kept coming. We fired once more and they began to run it down the Mississippi to the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah,
I remember that song.
Yeah,
That's how they used to teach us.
So yeah, so the War of 1812 was about them losing control over our financial system.
Oh.
And the reason, and that's why, that said in the beginning, it said Hamilton, he was their agent inside Washington's cabinet. And when I saw that, it made me think about the media trying to tout Hamilton. You had the show on Broadway. Everybody heard about it. Hamilton. Like they were boosting this guy up and making him look like he was a good American hero. No, Hamilton was a snake, in my opinion.
Jimmy, you are correct. Jimmy, you are correct, because in school, I love history.
Me too.
Social studies, and I was obsessed with it when I was a kid, and reading it, because I came from a Jehovah's Witness background, and so we read everything. But you're right about 1812. I remember the War of 1776, the French Indian War, the Mexican War, all of the wars in Arizona we had in our state, the War of 1914,
the Spanish War.
The Spanish War. We all learned a good lesson, but the War of 1812, we didn't get much into it. We got a couple of songs, but we didn't get into the War of 1812, and it was a big one. Yeah, you're right.
Wait, but I just covered this for fourth grade. So the official narrative of like 1812 start, and I just Googled it really quickly.
Yes.
Really quickly, it says trade restrictions, imprisonment of sailors, which I remember that, and the support for Native American attacks. So that was like the official narrative of why they went to war in 1812.
But it's very vague what you just said. It's very vague. Where the War of 1776 was for freedom for Britain. The war, the Civil War, was the state between the states. It was cut and dry. But what you said is so vague.
I mean, but that was a big issue, right? Because they were kidnapping sailors in the water and everything, and that was kind of like their get back.
But what you got to remember is, who are we dealing with here? We're dealing with the deep state people, right? They are going to create a narrative that justifies them going to war. How do we know this? What about the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq?
Yep.
Didn't exist.
So if we understand their playbook and look at what the narrative was, can we really believe that that was the reason why they went to war?
Okay, good point. I understand. Okay, so you want to go back to the video?
Yeah, let's go back to the video because we got some more.
Okay.
And do what you're doing. Play it to the screen, pause it, read it. That's working out great.
Yeah, I am. Okay, so this one says 1812, backed by Rothschild money and Nathan Mayer Rothschild's orders, the British declare war on the United States. The Rothschilds' plan was to cause the United States to build up such a debt in fighting this war that they would have to surrender to the Rothschilds.
Interesting.
and allow the charter for the Rothschild-owned First Bank of the United States to be renewed. Hmm.
Stop. There we go.
1816, the American Congress passes a bill permitting yet another Rothschild-dominated central bank, which gives the Rothschilds control of the American money supply again. Okay, hold on. So was this after they won or lost?
That's 4 years later,
It's 4 years
1812.
later after we were told that the Americans won the War of 1812.
So what are you saying? We didn't win?
Did,
We lost financially.
1816 proved it.
Yeah.
You know what? It's real confusing. It's real confusing. For example, look at Canada. We think that Canada is a nation, but one of the things we're learning now, it's really not a nation as a free and independent nation like Mexico or
Right.
because
Yeah,
look,
let's hang on to that, Jesse, because that goes down another rabbit hole.
Yeah.
because the money of Canada is not Canadian. It's British.
Right.
That's
right. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's a rabbit hole. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh.
What happened?
Are you guys here?
Yeah, we're here.
I'm here.
Did I glitch?
It glitched.
Oh my god, that was a major glitch.
You were abducted for a few seconds.
Yo, for real, this happens to me a lot. When
Sorry.
it's when I'm getting good, man. When I'm learning something, when my head is cracking, the internet
Little
goes.
green man.
I'm telling you what,
Took you away.
I
I'm
really,
still trying to understand everything. I've heard of the Rothschilds. I thought it was a child, but Rothschilds is just the name of the person, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're big.
Oh, I thought it was a chocolate.
They
I
run
thought it was a chocolate.
they run the system for the world.
were you able to pull the video back up, Ruby?
Yeah, is there
Okay.
more to it?
Yeah, there's more to it. Yes.
Okay. Let's keep reading.
You just read
it
this
says-
one.
I'm really bad at history.
Yeah. Okay. So
You just read this
1816.
one.
Okay.
We're waiting for the next one.
Okay. I think I pressed play already. Okay. This is called the Second Bank of the United States and is given a 20-year charter.
Huh.
What does that mean?
That's been given 20 years to operate.
Now, do these banks still exist today?
You'll see.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
we did.
It says the British war against America, therefore, ends with the deaths of thousands of British and American soldiers, but the Rothschild their bank.
Huh.
Yep.
This is interesting. I never knew any of this.
That's why John Lafitte left Louisiana and went to the Caribbean islands.
None of us knew it.
No. I kept that quiet. in the
Okay.
history.
Without him, the Americans wouldn't have won.
Without who, Joe?
John Lafitte, the pirateer, along with his, his crew.
You're talking about Andrew Jackson?
Well, he was the general that of the Americans that needed help from, Jean Lafitte, the pirateer, who was extremely wealthy and had an army made up of some very fierce fighters, cannoneers, swordsmen, you name it. And they were all hidden in the swamps of Louisiana.
Interesting.
They came out and helped General Jackson and saved New Orleans.
Where the hell did Ruby go?
I don't know.
I don't know.
She was abducted again. She's been
Yes.
glitching all night.
They really don't want that video being played or that information going out.
I thought that,
Yeah.
that was. Thank you very much.
She's
I
like
tell
the
you what,
sheriff.
guys, what I'll do what I'll do is I'll go ahead and get that video and I'll put it on my Facebook page after we're done tonight. So
Yeah,
you can.
there's more to it.
Oh, there's way more to it. It goes into. It's probably. I wish it could be narrated because it goes into the Civil War. It goes into us being sold as a corporation back to 1870. So basically, the bottom line is this: we already know that the Rothschilds, the Bank of London, they wanted control of the American economy, the American money. So they set up the first bank of the United States. Its charter ran, and when that charter ran out, they wanted to renew it. And the American people were like, no, we're not going to renew this. So that's when Mayor Rothschild basically threatened the United States and said, hey, we're going to go to war. And that's, where War of 1812 started. We are told the United States won the war, but we really didn't, because in 1816, the Rothschilds got their bank with another 20-year charter. Now, it was good. It was getting ready to go into Andrew Jackson. So let me preface it a little bit. Andrew Jackson defeated the Second Federal Reserve, the Second Bank of America, which took the control away. That's why, because there's more stuff in there talking about assassination attempts and things like that. So when the United States was sold as a corporation in 1871, that was starting to give them the power that they wanted to be able to create a third American bank, a Federal Reserve.
Yes.
And that was in 1913 when that was put into place. That bank has been in control all this time, but there are several presidents throughout the years that tried to get rid of this bank, just like Andrew Jackson did. One, JFK. What happened to JFK? We already know. The other individual that is in the process of taking down the third American bank is Donald Trump. And that's what he's trying to get rid of, is this banking system that has held us all as slaves and treated us all as cattle. This is why the media and all the deep staters have been attacking him and attacking anybody that supports him, because they know once they lose their banking and their control, they're done.
Yes, because now we are not a corporation anymore.
No, well, yeah, in so many words, yes. But Joseph, you and I know that. A lot of folks don't know that yet. That's going to have to take another trying to explain that to folks. Yeah, let's not go there at the moment.
Hey, didn't they off Jesus 3 days after he offed the banks in the temple?
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yup.
Hey, Ruby,
Good point.
Ruby, welcome back.
Yes.
Are we able to get back to 1832?
Welcome back, Ruby.
Yes. Okay, so let's get through the video because I think that's what's glitching me up. So
you stopped at 1832.
I'm gonna try to get through it because that is what's messing me up. Okay, 1832, President Andrew Jackson, the 7th president of the United States from 1829 to 1837, runs the campaign for his second term in office under the slogan, Jackson and no bank. This is in reference to his plan to take the control of the American money system to benefit the American people, not for the profiteering of the Rothschilds. In 1833, President Andrew Jackson starts removing the government's deposits from the Rothschild-controlled Second Bank of the United States and instead deposits them into banks directed by Democratic bankers. This causes the Rothschilds to panic, so they do what they do best, contract the money supply, causing a depression. Oh, wow.
So this was
President
in the.
Jackson knows what they are up to and later states, sorry,
You're fine.
you are a den of thieves, vipers, and I intend to rout you out. And by the eternal God, I will rout you out.
That's what Jesus said.
Yep.
Remember?
All right, Andrew.
1835, on January 30th, an assassin tries to shoot President Jackson, but miraculously, both of the assassin's pistols misfired.
Wow.
Wow.
Like Trump's second attempt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't Trump allude himself to Andrew Jackson, or am I mistaken?
Yes.
Instead of old hickory, he's old dickory.
Well, this is a
President
great
Jackson would later.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
President Jackson would later claim that he knew the Rothschilds were responsible for the attempted assassination.
Wow.
(1836), following his years of fighting against the Rothschilds and their central bank in America, President Andrew Jackson finally succeeds in throwing the Rothschilds' central bank out of America when the bank's charter is not renewed.
All right, Andrew.
(1841), President John Tyler, the 10th President of the United States from 1841 to 1845, vetoed the act to renew the charter for the Bank of the United States. Isn't he the traitor? The traitor, like
No, he was decent.
Oh, he was.
Yeah.
I thought he was a Confederate traitor. It wasn't him.
No.
Hold on,
before the
hit pause
Confederacy.
for a second. Hit pause for a second. Let's just go back to what he did right there. He vetoed the charter.
Yeah.
So he said, no, we're not renewing this.
Oh, okay. It sounded like he did one against Andrew.
Oh, okay, yeah, and yeah. I thought it meant he vetoed what Andrew did.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
No, yeah.
Okay, so he goes on to receive hundreds of letters threatening him with assassination.
So that would make sense that he didn't approve it to be done. So they started.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 1861, President Abraham Lincoln, 16th President of the United States from 1860 till his assassination in 1865, approaches the big banks in New York to try to obtain loans to support the ongoing American Civil War.
Did these banks have a name?
Do what?
Did these
Well, they
big
changed
banks have a name?
after. They changed.
Yeah.
They're all run by the Rothschilds.
Okay. As these large banks were heavily under the influence of the Rothschilds, they offered him a deal they know he cannot accept. 24% to 36% interest on all monies loaned.
That's high.
That's virtual slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lincoln is very angry about this high level of interest, and so he prints his own debt-free money.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
I didn't either.
Crazy.
As y'all are listening to this, okay.
And informs the public that this is now legal tender for both public and private debts.
What's it say on the top there of the check? What did it say? I didn't know. I couldn't understand it.
Oh no, I'll go ahead. Go ahead, Ruby.
On the note.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll look. We'll send you the video because it doesn't rewind.
I'll put the video on my Facebook page, guys.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So 1862. By April, 449. Is that million or billion?
Million.
Million. Sorry, million 338,902 worth of Lincoln's debt-free money has been printed and distributed. He states of this.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, that time. Yeah.
I can't
We
see
gave the people of this republic the greatest blessing they ever had, their own paper money to pay their own debts.
Wow.
And he said,
So
we
that,
gave the people of this republic.
Yes. Yep, he did.
yes.
1863, President Abraham Lincoln discovers the Tsar of Russia, Alexander II, 1855 to 1881, was having problems with the Rothschilds as well, as he was refusing their continual attempts to set up a central bank in Russia.
Interesting.
The Tsar then gives President Lincoln some unexpected help.
And we know what happened to him.
The Tsar issued orders that if either England or France actively intervened in the American Civil War and helped the South, Russia would consider such action a declaration of war and take the side of President Lincoln. Oh my God.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that either.
Yep, did not know that either. To show that he wasn't messing around, he sent part of his Pacific Fleet to port in San Francisco and another part to New York.
So Russia was being an ally to the republic.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And an enemy to the
1860.
Rothschild.
Yeah.
Right. Now it makes sense. Okay, so 1865, in a statement to Congress, President Abraham Lincoln states, I have two great enemies, the Southern Army in front of me and the financial institutions in the rear. Of the two, the one in my rear is my greatest foe.
Yeah.
Later that year, on April 14th, President Lincoln is assassinated less than 2 months before the end of the American Civil War.
So they tried to take out Jackson, and they succeeded, and they threatened to take out Tyler, and they succeeded with taking out Lincoln.
Sad.
And the next president to go was Lincoln.
Okay, is that the beginning of the...
No, keep going.
I did not...
That's Garfield.
Oh, okay. So 1881, President James A. Garfield, the 20th president of the United States, who lasted only 100 days, states 2 weeks before he is assassinated.
Wow.
Oh my God, like what the heck? Whoever controls the...
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Whoever controls the volume of money in our country is absolute master of all industry and commerce. And when you realize that the entire system is very easily controlled, one way or another, by a few powerful men at the top, you will not have to be told how periods of inflation and depression originate. 1917, the Rothschilds order the execution by the Bolsheviks, the control of Tsar Nicholas II and his entire family in Russia, even though the Tsar had already abdicated on March 2nd.
Wow.
It didn't matter to them.
And the Bolsheviks are the Khazarians.
Isn't that
Yeah.
isn't that the beginning of World War One?
No, this was after World War One.
Or
Yeah.
during World War One, right smack in the middle.
Yeah, and World One ended in 1921.
No, 1917.
1914 or 1917. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I stand to be corrected.
Years are hard
This-
to remember.
This is... Sorry.
Just saying that years are hard to remember for me
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. Okay. This says this is both to get control of the country and an act of revenge for Tsar Alexander the First, blocking their world government plan in 1815 at the Congress of Vienna, and Tsar Alexander the Second siding with President Abraham Lincoln in 1864.
Wow.
It goes on and on.
Yeah. I guess corruption-
1913, the last and current central bank in America, the Federal Reserve, is set up during the presidency of Woodrow Wilson. Oh, man.
Yeah, but Trump said he's not going to fire, the head
Yeah,
of the.
yeah. There's a lot to that.
Yeah, there's more to that, is right.
After,
But he wants to get rid of it.
yeah, after we're done with this, there's one video from Trump I want everybody to listen to that talks about this exact same stuff.
This
and
was
it will
great.
make
Thank you.
and it will make more sense to you when you hear what he says because of this stuff.
It's all connected.
It's all connected.
This is great. Thank you.
I don't know if there's any more words. Oh, there we go. Go ahead, Ruby.
1963, on June 4th, President John F. Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States, 1961 to 1963, signs Executive Order 11110, which returns to the U.S. government the power to issue currency without going through the Federal Reserve.
Wow.
Same thing Lincoln did.
Yep. He lasted 2 years.
When I was a kid, the greatest thing you can own would be a Kennedy silver dollar.
Yep. I have one in 1945.
It was the greatest thing a kid could own. Better than marbles.
Wow.
I think there's a little bit more.
Instead of free choice. It is a system.
Oh, was that? Were they talking at the end?
No, it's like some kind of music.
That was music, yeah.
That combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined.
Secret
its
society
dissenters are
speak.
silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no secret is revealed. That is why the Athenian lawmaker Solon decreed it a crime for any citizen to shrink from controversy. I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people, confident that with your help, man will be what he was born to be, free and independent.
Wow.
A few years later, after President... Oh, you want me to read that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. A few years later, after President Woodrow Wilson has signed the Federal Reserve Act in 1913, he wrote, "I am a most unhappy man. I have unwittingly ruined my country. A great industrial nation is controlled by its system of credit. Our system of credit is concentrated. The growth of the nation, therefore, and all our activities are in the hands of a few men. We have come to be one of the worst ruled, one of the most completely controlled and dominated governments in the civilized world, no longer a government by free opinion, no longer a government by conviction and the vote of the majority, but a government by the opinion and duress of a small group of dominant men." Woodrow Wilson, U.S. President, 1913 to 1921. Some characterizing my family and me as internationalists and of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure, one world, if you will. If that's the charge, I stand guilty and I am proud of it. David Rockefeller, Bilderberger, and CO owner of the Fed.
Okay. Now, before we talk, go to YouTube and type in "this video will get Donald Trump elected."
Okay. YouTube.
And with everything that we've just learned with the history of all this stuff, this speech should make more sense to everybody now.
Okay.
Okay. Can you see
Top
my
one.
screen now?
Yeah, the top
This one?
That one right. Yep, that one right there.
Okay.
Now he gave this speech. Hang on. He gave this speech October of 2016, right before he got elected in 2016. So, all right, go ahead.
Okay.
Our movement is about replacing a failed and corrupt political establishment with a new government controlled by you, the American people. The Washington establishment and the financial and media corporations that fund it exist for only one reason: to protect and enrich itself. The establishment has trillions of dollars at stake in this election. For those who control the levers of power in Washington and for the global special interests, they partner with these people that don't have your good in mind. Our campaign represents a true existential threat like they haven't seen before. This is not simply another four-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government. The political establishment that is trying to stop us is the same group responsible for our disastrous trade deals, massive illegal immigration, and economic and foreign policies that have bled our country dry. The political establishment has brought about the destruction of our factories and our jobs as they flee to Mexico, China, and other countries all around the world. It's a global power structure that is responsible for the economic decisions that have robbed our working class, stripped our country of its wealth, and put that money into the pockets of a handful of large corporations and political entities. This is a struggle for the survival of our nation, and this will be our last chance to save it. This election will determine whether we're a free nation or whether we have only the illusion of democracy, but are in fact controlled by a small handful of global special interests rigging the system, and our system is rigged. This is reality. You know it, they know it, I know it, and pretty much the whole world knows it. The Clinton machine is at the center of this power structure. We've seen this firsthand in the WikiLeaks documents, in which Hillary Clinton meets in secret with international banks to plot the destruction of U.S. sovereignty in order to enrich these global financial powers, her special interest friends, and her donors. Honestly, she should be locked up. The most powerful weapon deployed by the Clintons is the corporate media, the press. Let's be clear on one thing. The corporate media in our country is no longer involved in journalism. They're a political special interest, no different than any lobbyist or other financial entity with a total political agenda, and the agenda is not for you, it's for themselves. Anyone who challenges their control is deemed a sexist, a racist, a xenophobe. They will lie, and then again, they will do worse than that. They will do whatever's necessary. The Clintons are criminals, remember that. This is well documented. And the establishment that protects them has engaged in a massive cover-up of widespread criminal activity at the State Department and the Clinton Foundation in order to keep the Clintons in power. They knew they would throw every lie they could at me and my family and my loved ones. They knew they would stop at nothing to try to stop me. Nevertheless, I take all of these slings and arrows gladly for you. I take them for our movement so that we can have our country back. I knew this day would arrive. It's only a question of when. And I knew the American people would rise above it and vote for the future they deserve. The only thing that can stop this corrupt machine is you. The only force strong enough to save our country is us. The only people brave enough to vote out this corrupt establishment is you, the American people. Our great civilization has come upon a moment of reckoning. I didn't need to do this, folks, believe me. I built a great company, and I had a wonderful life. I could have enjoyed the fruits and benefits of years of successful business deals and businesses for myself and my family, instead of going through this absolute horror show of lies, deceptions, malicious attacks. Who would have thought? I'm doing it because this country has given me so much, and I feel so strongly that it's my turn to give back to the country that I love. I'm doing this for the people and for the movement, and we will take back this country for you, and we will make America great again.
So, with everything that was presented there, do you understand more what Trump was saying in that speech, considering the historical context?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Yep.
That there's a lot of corruption and that he's going to save America.
So, in the financial realm, you look back what Lincoln did. Lincoln said, "Hey, I need your help." He asked the American people for help, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was trying to let, and Jackson did the same thing too. Jackson said, "Hey, we need the American people to understand what's going on here." And what Andrew Jackson did is they stole an election from him as well. And so what Andrew Jackson did at that time is when he was campaigning, he went out to the people. He went all over the place, kind of like what Trump did, during his rallies. He went all over. He took it to the people. Whereas Biden stayed in his basement, because of the corruption and everything, they could just place who they wanted in there. Okay. That's a whole nother thing. But anyway, so basically there have been presidents that have tried to inform the American people that we have been infiltrated. These other entities are controlling our government and controlling our money. And then on top of it, we learn about the birth certificates and what the corporation was doing to all of us. Everyone should be pissed off. I don't care if you're white, black, red, lesbian, gay. I don't care. Every American should be pissed off right now with the way this government has ran. And to watch all these people be little lapdogs for the media and push the narratives, they are, like Trump has said, the enemy of the people.
Yeah. Hey, Jimmy.
Wow. I just wanna, look, really. Oh, hold on, Jesse. Really quickly, I want to welcome Julian to the stage.
Julian.
And let Julian give a 3-minute introduction if he wants to, or if he wants to make a point. Go ahead, Julian.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear
Hi,
me?
Julian.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Great. My son, it's my first son. He was born on March 29th. I have a birth certificate right here. And I would like somebody to help me find what Jordan Maxwell is talking about, because honestly, I don't see it.
Okay.
And I'm not pro-government. I'm anti-government. But I don't see what Jordan Maxwell is talking about on this birth certificate that I picked up today for my son. Okay. I'm just saying that because I'm not going to say, Jimmy, you adhere to everything that Jordan Maxwell says, but I've looked into Jordan Maxwell myself, and personally for me, he's lost all credibility. He has been taken to court for various things concerning international driver's license and things like that. And I just don't think he's a credible person. And also, when he gets into word origins, that's my son, by the way, in the background. He gets into word origins. He has been debunked by people as well. But Jimmy, I'm still all for this cause. I listen to a lot of things that you people say. I'm not totally against everything that's being said here. But, you know, right now I've had a son, okay? And individuals like yourself, no offense to you, you like to portray this picture that they have the good guys, the white hats, they have to create this airtight case that the public can actually handle. And I respectfully have to disagree with that. And the reason is I'm going to take a very big risk here. Okay. I don't know what's going to happen to me when I say this, but you know this name and some of you will. Podesta. Okay. A lot of people know that man is a pedophile.
Mm-hmm.
If he's beaten up or found killed on a street and somebody puts a bunch of pictures with credible evidence that shows that man was involved with that in a very syndicate way throughout with many other, you think the public's going to have an allergic reaction? They can't handle that, or they're going to go, damn, this is a real problem. And this is a wicked man. Okay. I took a big risk. I said a name here. I might get in a lot of trouble for it. Podesta. We've seen the documentaries. We've seen the type of artwork that is in his house.
Mm-hmm.
It's sick. It's disgusting. And yet he leads a particular political party. Okay. And I'm sorry, but I look at Trump every day, and I listened to his rally today about all his accomplishments, and none of it was talking about draining the swamp, really. It wasn't.
Okay.
These are wicked people, and it almost looks like either Trump is complicit with it or he has to play this game. And then I have anons like you, with all due respect. I don't hate you people. I listen to you people. You anons tell us over and over again that this is some kind of military operation that is going on. It is not fair to taxpayers, people that are funding this right now. Oh, Doge is great at exposing it, but Doge from what I'm hearing, Doge hasn't presented any evidence before Congress so that they can start judging on these issues. And Trump says over and over again, Jimmy, over and over again, he says over and over again, he says, we have it all.
Mm-hmm.
That tells me they have the evidence. They have it. And Jimmy, when it comes to the general American public, I'm sorry. The type of people I work with, in generalities, they're men. All they care about is their football games. They're fucking their girlfriends and their their wives, making sure they have a belly full of food. That's all they care about. They're stupid people. They don't care. One way or the other, they don't care. All they care about is that food, that football game, and that sex. That's all they care about.
Well, they were programmed to be that way.
That's what I was getting ready to say. In that situation, would you say that they were indoctrinated to be like that?
If you go back to Roman times, they're saying the Vatican is just an extension of Rome. I would have to probably agree with that. The Colosseum, what was it designed for? To distract.
Exactly.
Okay.
What would be the reason for indoctrinating the American public to just accept bread and circuses? What would be the reason to do that?
To keep them ignorant.
It's
easier to control.
Yeah, it's to control and distract. But see, I am here. I am telling you, I am not controlled, but I'm not readily going to just believe everything you say.
I don't want anybody to do that.
Nobody wants to do that.
Okay. But the thing is this is serious in nature. I tried to add validity to my own personal life, saying I have a brand new son in my life. Okay. A baby.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this is very concerning, the things that we're talking about.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And
congratulate your new baby.
Honestly, a lot of this is going to be on me. It's going to be on me. Whatever happens to my child, it's on me.
Mm-hmm.
I have to protect my child. Okay?
Correct.
And that has to be locked tight. I can't blame an organization. I can't blame a religion. I can't blame all these people. I was a Jehovah's Witness for many years of my life, 40 years of my life, okay? And it goes deep, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I have a great aunt that was a mistress of Judge Rutherford, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of the secrets, okay? I know a lot of them, and it comes right down into my very own family, okay? But it's on me. I can't sit there and put it on all these other things. And I don't want to go on, but
I think what you're referring to, because we've had phone conversations before, and it's been pretty much those. You've said these things to me before personally. It is on you, and to change your life and to provide for your son. By the way, congratulations! I've seen pictures. He's a cutie pie. Congratulations. And that's what people don't understand. Anons and digital soldiers, they're not saying, this is not about saying things to make people be inactive. We have told people, you have got to get involved. You have got to understand what's been going on. I mean, even, when Lincoln said, hey, I need the help of the American people to do this. And then Trump has said the same thing. He said, we need the American people to rise up. He didn't say it's just going to be me saving the country. We need the American people to rise up. And how can you rise up if you don't know what you're rising up against, because you've been indoctrinated to love your football and to, sex, drugs, rock, whatever it is. So the reason we do what we do is to help wake folks up so they can understand what's going on. So if they have a reason to, here's what I tell everybody. If I'm right with what I'm thinking is going on, we will have a better future for this country. and for the world, for that matter. If I'm wrong, we are all screwed.
So I want to ask you something, and if I get attacked or people don't agree with what I'm saying, is okay. Operation Spotlight. All right. I want to ask you some questions about this. In principle, I would say I agree with the approach that you guys are doing on this. But then if I can separate myself from my own traumatic experience with being involved with the Jehovah's Witnesses for so many years and realizing it's not exactly a cult, what does the First Amendment mean to me once I leave the organization and I'm part of a general population of the United States of America? What does the first freedom of religion? Now, Jehovah's Witnesses are not a religion that I agree with. I might say they're a cult. They protect pedophilia, but then I find out a lot of other religions do as well. Now, I have to ask you, Jimmy, I'm sure you thought about it. I know you have. It's impossible that you didn't. But I have to ask you, do you recall those FBI agents that were interviewed? I don't know which council meeting it was with Congress, and they basically said that there was a lot of undercover FBI agents that were infiltrating into Catholic churches. Now, personally, with me, religion still means something to me. I don't know. I mean, you give the impression that religion's pretty much an offing subject to you. So, but what does that mean to you? Because I don't want, if I choose to go to a Catholic church or a Baptist church, whatever, I don't want to have the uncomforting idea that FBI is undercover investigating my church. I believe they have no business there. Okay? And I believe that Operation Spotlight kind of gives an opening to nefarious agendas of government getting involved with religion. I'm sorry that religions are flawed.
Can I ask you a question on that? Did you read the letter?
Yes, I did.
Can you point to me anywhere in the letter for Operation Spotlight where we attacked the freedom of religion?
You didn't say that, but see, what you don't realize.
Now, hold on. Is there anywhere in that letter that we attacked freedom of religion?
No, you didn't.
Okay.
So did you say though that Jehovah's Witnesses have the freedom to be a registered religion in the United States of America?
We don't have to say that, because that's not what the point was. The point is to highlight the actions that Watchtower is doing that is illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That was the idea. So if the FBI got a tip that there was this huge pedophile ring in a Catholic church, and they wanted to get to the bottom of that.
But don't you think?
Hold on a second. Would it be fine for the government to investigate a pedophile ring in a church?
Sure.
So that would be okay for an FBI agent to be there, right? Is he attacking the Catholics' freedom of religion?
As long as they know the names and the individuals.
All right. So what I'm saying is that FBI agent is not attacking the freedom of religion. They are attacking a criminal activity.
And policies.
And policies, yes.
And it's their job to investigate.
Well,
yep. They need to
Perhaps,
investigate.
perhaps I
Yeah,
didn't
it-
see that. Perhaps I didn't see that in your in the letter. I
Yeah,
did.
we made sure, Marcus, we made sure that in our letter, because we already, if you know the enemy's playbook, you can fight them. And we already knew that the biggest stance that Watchtower takes is, oh, we have freedom of religion to do this. We have freedom of religion. You can't say anything to us because we have freedom of religion. There are too many criminal organizations hiding behind freedom of religion.
Of course.
And that should be
They're not-
investigated.
But Jimmy, they're not just hiding behind religions. They're hiding behind politics.
Oh, I agree with that.
Parties,
I agree with that.
systems,
Pedophiles are
Every-
among us, guys.
everywhere.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. It's not. I realize I take the position that there are a lot of different religions out there. There's many of them, and I go under the clause of the First Amendment that there is freedom of religion, and I don't want the FBI or whatever sneaking into all these religions and investigating, because yes, they may use that as a ruse to get into religion, but honestly, you have portrayed government as being much more than just a justice-seeking organization. They have very nefarious agendas as well, and it's really hard to understand what you're talking about when you talk about, well, these people are white hats and these people are black hats, and it gets very confusing there for me personally.
Okay. I can appreciate your comment. I will just say this. Anybody that is subverting the Constitution or going against the will of the American people in that regard to uphold the Constitution, I consider them black hats. I don't care if it goes back to Woodrow Wilson. I'd call Woodrow Wilson a black hat.
And I will tell you, the Jehovah's Witnesses really subvert the Constitution in a lot.
Oh, that and if you look in the letter for Operation Spotlight, we mentioned that.
Hey, I don't know nothing about hats. I know nothing about hats because I'm an old guy. I'm closing in on 60.
Yeah, we did a video on it. There's a video about it.
But I just want to put it into other words. I just want to translate it to the language that I speak. Billy Joel had a song. Billy Joel had a song, and he said, "We didn't start the fire. It's been always burning since the world's been turning."
Yes.
And it's so true. The Constitution was a miracle in human evolution.
Yep.
It's when we came out of the swamps into our freedom. But it only lived a little bit, like Jimmy was showing us about the central banks and the Rothschild. And they were so jealous of what we had accomplished, what we have escaped, and we had given power to we the people. But it's like anything under God's creation, once it reaches into earth, it starts to corrupt. And it was a miracle that we came up with the first 10 amendments to the Constitution. It was a compromise between the constitutionalists and the people who feared government. And we came up with this thing called the first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights. In there, the freedom of religion. Freedom of religion is our First Amendment, our First Amendment right. Second Amendment, the right to bear arms and so forth. But it was a miracle. Since our founding of our miracle republic, everything has been to corrupt us. It's been always burning since the world's been turning. It's written right there in the preamble to the Constitution, to the First Amendment, to the Bill of Rights, the preamble. It talks about how some men didn't want our Constitution. So we had to negotiate. And we came up with this negotiation and this beautiful document.
We have amendments. That's what we have.
Exactly. So, Julian, we always have corruption. It's something that we have. For example, in freedom of religion and the FBI, we don't need the FBI infiltrating our religion. We have the 501c3. It already ruined it, took away our freedom of speech.
Yeah.
The 501c3. In so many ways, we've been corrupted. And I think that this forum that Jimmy and Ruby provide is just a place where people who are conversationalists, we throw ideas. Nobody's following Jimmy or nobody's following Ruby. We're throwing ideas, and you're beautifully arguing against certain ideas, and you're bringing new things. It's called the arena of ideas, and we honor what you're saying. So you should be happy. Like when you came up with that birth certificate, you got my brain working too.
Yeah,
Can I say
have
something
my
about birth
I
certificates?
just don't. I'll admit to it. I have a personal beef with Jordan Maxwell. I really don't. I dived deep in with that guy, and I'm sorry. A lot of people that are on the, we'll just say they're on the outside spectrum. They're not stupid people, but a lot of times they do things to get attention or to direct people or lead them in a different direction. But that's just my perspective. And there are actual court records. I actually made a video when I took my all my videos down, but I made a video about Jordan Maxwell because I couldn't believe how several thousands of Jehovah's Witnesses were like, wow, not Jehovah's Witnesses, but ex-witnesses. And they were just like, wow, they thought he was something prophetic and he was something revolutionary. And all I had to do was just do a little bit of a Google search and found out he was brought to court. And I learned a little bit about his life and how he lived and how he used to be a Jehovah's Witness. He was an elder and all these different things. And I was in that world, and I know how, I hate to say it, these type of Jehovah's Witnesses are. I know how they are. They're off. They want to make their mark in life, and they want to feel special. And I know the feeling. I felt the same way, but I realized it was not healthy. But you know, it's not to say he's a complete idiot, but he's dead now. By the way, he died. He's not alive anymore. So
again, my point with the whole, Jordan, when I listen to folks, I hear what they say, and then I go and look stuff up to verify what was said. So, for example, there was, you brought up the birth certificate. I have my birth certificate inside, and after we're done with the show, I'm gonna go look at it and see what it says. There's another thing that what he was just saying. If anybody has a checkbook, if you have it, and then I learned this on Jordan Maxwell, you have a checkbook. Go look at your checkbook. Where you sign your name, what is that? Is that a single line? Is that a straight line?
Print, a fine print.
Yeah, it's everybody. I thought up until 3 weeks ago that was just a single line where I signed my name. But
Can
when
I say
you,
something when you're done?
when you take a picture of that and you zoom in on it, it's a bunch of numbers and letters and stuff in there, and it says, I think mine said auth signature or something, but it's not a line. It is fine print. So that's what I did. I heard him say it. I went, looked it up, and he was right.
Right.
So I understand there are people out there that want to make their mark. We've talked about controlled opposition in the XJW community anyway. So I look at what they say and then I verify what they say. I don't get so hung up on the person.
what do you say we do this, Jimmy? Me and you spend a little money, me and you get together, and let's sneak off to the Redwood Forest in California and go to the Bohemian Grove.
Oh my God.
Verify with our own eyes.
Don't mention that. Please.
Yeah.
That's another rabbit hole. We haven't gotten there yet, but
we haven't gone there.
we're not there yet.
One thing before
I want to say something because I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, it's getting late.
I'm on Julian with this one with the birth certificates. I have my 1950 birth certificate, and I don't agree with that birth certificate segment you showed. This is a town of Arlington. I have the town of Arlington seal. I was born in 1950. I don't see any reference to it that whatever that guy's name was saying.
That
And
I'm,
it's my
that I'm
parents.
cow property.
Pardon me?
That I'm sorry. I don't see anything that says that my son is cow property. I just
Mine
don't.
doesn't
I
say
don't.
that either.
Maybe there's something somewhere hidden here. I'm not look, I'm open-minded to
Can I
listen
finish
to
what I was
this.
going to say? I
Go
just
ahead.
want to finish.
Yep. Go ahead.
All right. This is 1950. It lists where I was born, my full name, my parents, their occupation. I have the seal from the town of Arlington where I was born. It has the town clerk's name. I don't see anything else there. And you know
There
what?
could be a watermark somewhere.
No, it's a seal, the town seal. It's notarized. Also, your birth certificates are tied in with the census, and they need to take a census so they can find out what your occupation is, how many in the household, and it all
Mhm.
ties together. That you have to have records. So I don't see what the big deal is about the birth certificates because mine's an original, and it doesn't say anything with stuff on it that's not supposed to be there.
With me, it's very basic, and it's just called survival.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
I'm just trying to add my son onto my insurance, my health insurance, and they want a copy of this birth certificate to make it active.
Yeah.
But then when I listen to people like Jordan Maxwell, they're saying that's this whole other thing. And then if you listen to those free sovereign citizens or whatever they're called, they tell you it's a whole story as well. And I just, it gets real frustrating because
Well, that's because you're looking for a utopian type of a world for your son, and that doesn't exist.
no, it doesn't. And I just brought that up because in my little world, um, I have to deal with these immediate needs, and
Mhm.
I've gotten in my trouble on a small level. I know that we're kind of veering off a little bit, but vaccines, for example, I've already
Yeah, well, hold on. Hey, let's not talk about those. We'll get flagged.
yeah,
Ruby's got a strike already.
I've already
Jabby.
injected one vaccine for my son, and I had to
Well,
go
let's get late. It's getting late.
about that.
Yeah, it's 1:27.
Let's shut it down. Man.
Can I say one? Can I make a nice comment about the Spotlight campaign for Julian?
Mm-hmm.
Julian, I've been a witness since the 70s. I'm now 74. I left in 2023. The Spotlight campaign to me, it means a lot to me. And I'm not going to talk about any other religion but the Watchtower religion. And I think it's an avenue to expose what's going on within the Watchtower organization. And we're getting the word out to the higher ups. And the more the word gets out, because the Kingdom Halls are breeding grounds for a lot of pedophiles, and they get away with it and they're protected. And we're sick of it. So we're letting the governments know that this is what's going on. What are you going to do about it? We need help, and we want it stopped. We want our children safe, and we don't want our children harmed anymore. And it's a crime, and it needs to be acted as a crime. So I think it's wonderful. That's my take on the Spotlight campaign, because I have 3 children and 4 grandchildren. So I can't wait for the government to shut the Watchtower down. I don't care about any other religion, but I do want them to get rid of the Watchtower. And then maybe they can go on to the Mormons and everybody else. Because I know every religion has their problems with pedophiles, because it's a breeding ground. That's a place where you want to trust everybody. And then you find out you can't trust anybody.
Yep.
I agree with you, Gail. I agree with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did too.
I remember when Spotlight came out, and it just brought me to tears, and I have video evidence of me crying multiple times before I actually posted it, because being in that religion myself, like, I can't believe how much trust there is with the brothers and sisters when it comes down to being around children.
Right.
And it's like, wow, I've already seen it myself. I've had friends. I was a child up till the adolescence, so I've heard stories that I'm not going to mention on here. But because of my experience, it made me cry. Like, wow, I'm not the only one. I am not. And why is it that when I went to watch the White House, there's this girl that had a sign that says Watchtower protects pedophiles. That's not a sign you would just make out of just nothing. Like, this is not a joke. We're not playing here. This is real.
Yeah, we all have the same story.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank everybody for joining us. It is 1:30 a.m. on the East Coast for us. So
Time flies when you have a good time.
yeah, you guys need to come back next Tuesday, 9 p.m. Julian, you need to come back because you said a lot of great points that I really agree with you.
Lesson.
Yeah, and I need to do a deep dive on what Julian said next Tuesday, 9 p.m. Join us again. Fallen, definitely come back. Gigi, Jesse, Joseph, Jimmy, and everybody at the chat. Please join us.
Can I give a closing comment real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
One thing that we try to do is we basically want to get to true information. I appreciate Julian coming on here tonight because we've been wanting folks to come on here that have a different viewpoint than us. And he has done his part very respectful, and that is appreciated because like Jesse said, we have to have open dialogue. We have to have, ideas and difference of opinions brought out so we can discuss them. Because all we really want, any of us want, is just the true information. And so when it comes to the bigger scheme of things in this world, folks may criticize me because I'm a digital soldier. I don't care. And here's the reason why. Because my ultimate goal that I want to see with our country and this world is for it to be a better place for everybody, future generations, your son's generation, Julian. I want to see corruption out of the government. I want to see corruption out of religions. I want to see people to be able to have that freedom to pursue happiness in their own way that doesn't violate someone else's rights. I want to see a system that works for the people and not for governments and not for religions. And there have been many people throughout history, and we showed that tonight, that wanted the same thing. Andrew Jackson, Lincoln, Kennedy. And what happened to those people? They were taken out, or they were, they tried. They were tried. Hold on. There were people that wanted to take them out, like in Jackson's case. So that's got to show us that there is a dark entity out there that wants to control humanity, that wants to divide humanity. That exists. There's no questioning that. So as somebody like myself who was in a cult for 40 years and saw people being, controlled and divided and manipulated, I don't want to see that in that organization. Then when I see it on the political side, I don't want that either. So that's why I said, some of the things I say, yeah, they can be fact checked. We could discuss them. We could debate them. But my whole message for the past 5 years has been we either wake up and we all get on board in rooting out corruption in all areas, or we are screwed. I'm not sugarcoating that. The country will go to hell.
We are society. It is what it is. We're all existing in this one planet, and as much as you don't want to believe in a government, we're all the government. We're all the people. We are the people.
Yes.
Yes.
And too many.
Unless you want to live in a forest in another planet, then you have your own society, which is yourself, and your own little bubble.
Well, there's two major things we don't really discuss on the show, and I think it should be discussed, is the drug problem in this country and the homelessness problem in this country.
Yeah, that's good points.
A lot of victims are now drug addicts because of they didn't get the proper therapy.
Oh yes. The downfall of society. We're gonna get there.
Please, because that means a lot. I have a daughter whose dad is an elder, and he abused her, and she's now a heroin addict because of it. So This is
Wow.
what happens to the victims that don't get help.
Yes.
Mhm. Wow.
So-
Sorry to hear that.
I'd like to see a show about that someday in the future.
Thank you for the suggestion. We do need suggestions. You know, people email me, go to the
Okay.
comment section
Yeah.
and always let us know whenever you want or have a suggestion, because you know Jimmy has his part and my part is kind of, you know, free balling it. I go off on a lot of things. I go a little crazy. I get offensive, but really,
We like that, really.
Yeah.
but you know what? But just like Jimmy, my reasoning for going a little crazy on the show is because it'll trigger somebody to
Yep.
comment, to come on the stage, to confront me or to tell me off, or you know what I'm saying? And that's what I love, because I love when somebody like Julian comes up here and says, "No, I disagree with you." That's exactly what I want. I want to
Exactly.
move people so that they get uncomfortable, they hop on the show and they tell me to my face, or they tell Jimmy. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the
but
whole point,
I
is to get you
like that,
interactive.
I like that New York moxie.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah. No,
Well, as
no,
long- As
no.
long as we respect each other.
No, exactly. But I go off the deep end so that we can reel ourselves back to reality and then get to the real situation. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Yeah.
just the way I kind of roll with it. And then Jimmy goes on his stuff, and we have a great chemistry on the show. And then when more people hop on, I love it. And you know what? Fall in Ashes. Next Tuesday, if you come a little earlier, I do want to have a public discussion / debate about the private conversation we had on Messenger, which ties back into the abortion subject. We need to dive a little bit down. I'm sorry, but I really want to do it publicly, because I think it's really great to see the back and forth between you know, her
Girl,
position,
don't
my
say
position.
sorry.
Yup.
Don't say
And you know
sorry.
what? We need to do that. And I need Julian be in the chat or hop on stage next Tuesday, because exactly what Julian said is what I've been telling Jimmy for months, that we need to see something in real life. But yo, it is mad late. We've been streaming for 4 hours, guys. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you
for
very
being
much. Thank you.
for
Thank you,
joining.
everybody.
Thank you.
Yes,
Everybody. Thank
so
you.
much. Just
Yes,
be
we-
here
Thank
next
you.
Tuesday.
What
time?
9.
p.m. next Tuesday,
9
and come
p.m.
early so that we could get hot and heavy quicker. You know what I mean? Like,
You know, like a
try to be here
4
at
hours.
I'm
9.
gonna put on my calendar.
I am not
Yes.
a crook.
Subject material, and I'll try to study it.
I am not a crook.
All right.
Enjoyed it this evening, guys.
Yeah, me too. We had a lot of fun. Thank you so much, everybody. Bye. See you next Tuesday, 9 p.m. Bye, everybody.
Trump, yeah, okay, bury him a legend, yeah, Trump, hey, okay, America's biggest blessing, free speech advocate, packing, never lacking it, I just bought another gun and ain't nobody taking it, gang, okay, the White House going crazy now, MAGA season, tell them liberals they can't break us down, it's up, they know we run it, best believe it now, about to paint the city red, please don't burn it down.